All right, hello. Good morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. The Seattle Sports application, all the podcast platforms out there, and, of course, 97.3 HD2 and YouTube. You can watch the show live or watch it later. Not live. It's really up to you. We're just doing our best to meet you wherever you are. Like, if you prefer to do it live, we're here live, and you can do it in video and on the internet and on your Alexa. Like, whatever, man, we're good. If you want to do it in crystal clear, high definition radio. But if you want to listen or watch later, like, yeah, it's fine too. Like, whatever. It's all good. Now, if you want to do the later thing, you're not going to be able to participate in open phone lines at 9:30, which we do on every formal Friday. So, like, that's just something you're going to miss out on. But that's okay. You can always leave us messages for Here's the Thing and use the app for that. So there's a lot of ways to do it. I did get
Sounds
this.
like formal Friday's pretty laid back.
It always has been. Yeah, I think I would say that's true. It always has been.
I've never understood the title.
Well, it's mostly alliteration.
You just want an alliteration? Okay.
It's alliteration and an opportunity to say the Seattle Sports application. That's really the extent of Formal Friday. It kind of ends there. By about 6:02, Formal Friday kind of ends, comes to a close.
I mean, especially when Brock comes in.
I know, yeah. He makes it usually a crazy Friday, too.
He makes it disgusting Friday, usually, for some reason.
And I'm going to guess he'll be a little extra nutty today because he's probably up late after the big Jake Heaps scrimmage.
I can tell you he was up late because I keep my phone on silent, but I don't turn it completely off because usually people don't text me while I'm sleeping.
Right.
But my phone was buzzing last night because Brock was sending us like random sports Twitter stories.
Yeah.
Like a mumbling Falcons interview and something about Shador Sanders not signing an autograph.
Yeah, he's very
and it was
upset
an
about
hour.
Shador.
Yeah.
The people, like Brock's information sources told him to be mad about Shador, so now he is. Shador and Taylor, the whole group, they're very mad. It's hard to say why, but Brock's been told to be mad, so now he's mad. Anyway, I shouldn't take shots at him when he's not here. That's not fair. Let's see. I'll start with this text. I got two texts, really, to start with. I'm trying to avoid the merit for a few minutes. But Salk Mora Lyle, I have a confession to make. As a contributor to the text toy, I often send in things about my hockey days, fantasy football questions, poking the Brock and Salk bear, and lately taking a lot of chirping at Lyle. It's easy. It's generally well received by the cool kids running the show. And to commend him, Lyle normally takes it in stride. But somewhere around 90% of my texts are intended as facetious or sarcastic. I generally try to add something to denote that. Yesterday, I forgot to ensure my text that implied Lyle had poor reading skills was read as cheeky and fun, but came off as more cruel and tragic. That's from Super Trooper. So today I am determined to keep it light, but first I must know one thing. How many versions of Need to Know are there today? Is there Salk and Lyle's Need to Know? Which one am I to read into the most? Yeah, Lyle was saying yesterday that he knows what he needs to know, which is nice. Anyway, more interestingly, same texter from the 425 created a Brock and Salk bingo card. Would you like to hear what's on it?
This is awesome.
All right, here are the various phrases that are on the Brock and Salk bingo card. At the Kraken Iceplex yesterday. Yes, that's a good one. I've mentioned that one once or twice. Salk goes full fantasy football nerd to read questions. Mike McDonald calls a take terrible or crazy. Yelling into the microphone. That's got to be a Brock one, right? The best in the world. Well, G. Scott is coming in at 8:30 this morning. Jeff Passan uses the word turd. Brock references coaching less than 10 minutes in. Lyle fails to answer a question. That's a common one. You ask Lyle a question, he just essentially refuses to answer it. We love your calls and then trashing callers. Yeah, I've done that once or twice.
It's a high probability today.
Yep, I was at the home course. I may be at the home course later today, weather dependent. We'll see. Someone else answers as only Brock Heward can. Funny. That's when Brock's not here. Somebody else has to do Blue 88. A G. Scott analogy, a laughing cough. But have you seen Ken Walker? Salk family member outperforms Salk as a host. That's not nice. Pringle Fingers reference. One short funny story. That's usually Brock. Shannon gets asked an awkward question. Again, that's Brock. Lyle gets bullied. Lyle, do you feel like you get bullied?
Do you?
Do I feel like I get bullied?
No, do you feel like I get bullied?
I think your mom probably thinks so.
That's probably right. No, I don't think so.
Okay, good. Just checking. Mora complains about ranked. That doesn't happen as often anymore.
That one will be a little more elusive now that we don't do it. But every
true.
now and then it gets brought up
Yeah,
still.
and then you complain. Salk says one thing, then et cetera, et cetera. All right, that's enough out of all you guys. DJ talks about how Salk is never there, which has really created this whole myth that I'm never here. I'm always here. Brock talks about his wedding. That's funny. And Lyle shows up for work. Yeah, that one happens most days, I would say. Most days Lyle's here and shows up for work. All right.
This is awesome. We should post it.
All right. Well, we'll see what we can do, and you guys can check off the squares as you go. Maybe we can, you can print these out at home. Anyway, I got this other text that says, Salk, I'm not saying the Mariners' offense is bad, but it's not a franchise GOAT offense. They scored 2 runs versus the Orioles, starting pitchers all series. I'd love nothing more than to be proven wrong. All right, so let me address that, because obviously as soon as I wrote that the Mariners had a great offense, you knew what would happen. I mean, this was money in the bank. Hey, the Mariners have a great offense. Like a nuclear bomb exploding, the Mariners' offense would fall to pieces as soon as I said, hey, this is a really good offense. I mean, you could put it in the bank. This team is, I feel like at times, destined to try to prove every word out of my mouth to be wrong. I've never seen anything quite like it. The Seahawks, I sit here and I'm like, hey, the Seahawks should trade DK Metcalf. Hey, guess what the Seahawks did? The Seahawks should trade Geno Smith. Hey, guess what the Seahawks did? The Seahawks are going to do this. Hey, guess what the Seahawks just did? The Seahawks, I feel like at times, listen to my every thought and then go out and achieve it. If I have anything to say about this Mariner team, anything at all, they will find a way to disprove it instantly. So I'm just going to say it. This Mariner team stinks. They'll never hit again. What happened in Baltimore is the end of the world. It's a decent chance that they'll quit before the season even ends. They may quit after this series, not even do the rest of the road trip. And there's no way they are going to go to the World Series, let alone win it. No way, no chance. That appears to be the only way I could possibly ensure all those things will happen. Everything I do. Look, the Mariners being a great offense has to just do with numbers. That's a numbers thing. You look at the numbers of those guys this year, and you compare them to the numbers of the other teams, and they've been unbelievable. But you actually have to go out and do it, right? Putting the numbers down is one thing. You got to go out and do it. They did it for 10 games at home. You would think that it would be easier to go out on the road in the warm weather against a team that struggled like the Orioles, but it didn't happen. And then yesterday you add in some sloppy play to it, defensively, et cetera. And, the next thing you know, you've dropped 2 out of 3 in Baltimore, and now you got to go to New York, and then, the capper on this trip is Philadelphia, who might be, one of the top 3 teams in the league. So, look, you knew this road trip was going to be a challenge. I don't think that should surprise anybody. Even the most ardent of panicker has to know that going on a 9-game East Coast trip through Baltimore, New York, and Philly was going to be a challenge and probably wasn't going to look as good as the 9-1 homestand or the 8 wins in a row. But when you win the first one in Baltimore, I think there's a pretty decent expectation you're going to find a way to win that series. And the way the loss in game 2 kind of just happened all of a sudden, and then yesterday you kind of get beat up early and throw the ball around a little bit. Yeah, and then just sort of fail to get that last big hit that they needed. Yeah, that's a challenge. I get it. It comes a bit of a gut punch. I don't think anybody's really going to panic about it. I saw some of the Marine Layer podcast yesterday. I saw Lyle wasn't panicking. He was concerned, but not panicking, which I think is, as a great panicker, I would say Lyle not panicking is probably a good sign. Did that take some restraint on your part there, Mr. Goldstein?
Honestly, not really. I mean, I wanted that series to go better, but after the way the homestand went, it's not like they were going to win every series the rest of the year.
So they earned a little bit of leeway in your book.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they should, right? I mean, they showed that they can be a very good team. They're going to need a couple things to change. Look, they need Geno to hit. He's been a negative WAR player since arriving in Seattle. For all of the fanfare and everything else, he just unfortunately hasn't lived up to it yet. That's not to say he won't. I think he probably will, and I think there's going to be some really big moments ahead. Salk, do you think the rain delays over the past couple days had an effect? I mean, maybe. We saw what happened in Chicago that time with the rain delay, right? They've had a couple issues in those sorts of games this year. My guess is that is just coincidence. But yeah, I mean, maybe they do need to focus more in those moments. I don't know. To me, this is much more about when it all locks in. And there's going to be, it's impossible to stay at that pace forever in this game. It's just too hard. It's mentally exhausting, mentally draining. So if there's some ups and downs here, okay. I think we can all live with that. As long as they lock it in at the right time late, find your way into the playoffs, hopefully grab one of those first 2 seeds, and then off you go. We'll be right back with everything you need to know. We got a football game tonight right here in town. We'll tell you more about it next on Brock and Salk.
It's another important step in building the 2025 Seahawks.
The guys are on it. The intent's there.
Preseason game number 2. Seahawks, Chiefs. Tonight, kickoff at 7. Pregame at 5. Meanwhile, the Mariners and Mets duel in the opener of a critical 3-game series in New York. Stay connected to the M's push for the playoffs on the Seattle Sports app. The Seattle Sports app lets you listen to both.
Holy catfish!
The home of the Mariners and the Seahawks. Seattle Sports.
At Toyota Renton, the game plan is simple. Save money and take the tailgate wherever you go. With the all-hybrid Camry, leasing at just $299 a month for 36 months with $32.39 due at signing. And the Corolla at $219 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. The wonderful team at Toyota Renton can set you up with a test drive so you can take your new car to the stadium the same day. Score yours today by visiting Toyota Renton or online at toyotarenton.com and take the tailgate wherever you go. Offers valid through September 2nd, 2025. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 2559 and 1852.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year, my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back to school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school, in stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. In 23 while supplies last.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6759. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6759. That's 800-575-6759. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Looking for an epic summer night in Seattle? Be here for the Mariners Drone Show at T-Mobile Park, Friday, August 22nd, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
It is Grand Salami time. Cal Raleigh with his third Grand Slam of the season.
The team is taking on the A's at 7:10, and after the game, we'll be lighting up the sky with hundreds of drones, celebrating Mariners icons past and present. Don't miss out on a jaw-dropping post-game show.
He got him. He puts him away, and the ball game is over. Another phenomenal save by Andres Munoz.
Head to Mariners.com to grab your seats and see the full lineup of special events, including Kids Appreciation Day, Sunday, August 24th, and the Logan Gilbert Funko Pop giveaway, September 8th to 10th. Plus, check out a great slate of marquee interleague matchups against the Padres, Cardinals, and Dodgers.
Julio clubs this deep out to left field and gone. Julio for the second time.
Mariners baseball. Try dance up.
Kent Bowl reminds parents to enroll your kids in a positive youth program. Sports like bowling, hobbies, and community activities improve overall health and performance in school. These programs decrease drug use and violence and develop self-discipline and leadership skills. Let's team together this year to help our kids reach their full potential. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Kent Bowl, a family-friendly place proudly serving you since 1958. Check out our bowling leagues at kentbowl.net.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. The hotel is open and you can book now at snocasino.com. The destination spa, the expanded non-smoking gaming floor, the big 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center, and yeah, the new restaurants, food venues as well. Effortless style and the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com to book. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Yeah, I think the Mariners are going to be just as happy to be out of Baltimore after a tough series against a talented team that has drastically underperformed this year. Dropped 2 out of 3 after losing all 3 games against that team here in Seattle. Just a weird matchup problem yesterday. 5-3 in the rubber match. Kind of Logan Evans struggling early. Carlos Vargas throwing gas on the fire. Some iffy defense.
Evans ready. His pitch. Runner takes off. Here's the throw to second base. They have him hung up in the rundown. We'll see if they try and score the run. Here's the throw home by Naylor. It's not in time. Mountcastle scores. Johnson was trying to get caught in the rundown. He did. And they sneak a run by.
Yeah, you can't have those sorts of moments. Dan Wilson knows that that is just a huge challenge.
Obviously, tough result today. Really happy with the way the guys came out after the delay. Putting a couple right on the board and being able to load the bases there in the ninth and try to get back in this game. And that shows the fight that we talk about in these guys. But before the delay, got bit a little bit by the free base bug today, gave up a lot of those and kind of came around back and got us a little bit.
Yeah, it certainly did. They had a shot late, bases loaded, 1 out in the ninth, but could only put 1 across. Julio looks great. Maybe that's the best news. They'll also roll into New York with their best bullpen arms fairly fresh. Maybe Bryce Miller makes a start next time through or the time after. It'll be Luis Castillo and Sean Manaea tonight. Don't forget Sunday's game on ESPN as they will play that one in Williamsport.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, preseason football tonight should be our first look at Sam Darnold in an actual game, or at least a preseason game situation. He spoke on the Get Got podcast about whether or not he felt like people have written him off.
I don't know about that. No, I don't know about that. I know a lot of people, I know a lot of people didn't believe in me, still don't. Which is fine. People are going to have their opinions, but at the end of the day, all that matters is the belief in this building, and the belief I have in myself. And those are the two things that matter to me. And, from what I can tell, that belief is really high.
Yeah, well, so that's good and obviously a great start. Look, say what you want about this season. If Darnold isn't something close to what he was last year, it's going to be a rough year, right? It's going to be really hard for them to have success if Sam Darnold isn't pretty good. So I want to see him look comfortable. I want to see him look in command today. I want to see him in play action and see what that looks like, because those will be some clues as to what the rest of this season could be. Should be important also to see how that starting offensive line holds up. I know Kansas City's not going to play their starters, but a veteran, impressive football team could be an opportunity to see the full offensive line minus Charles Cross on display tonight. That's still one of the major keys to this season, right? So, yeah. I am excited to watch them tonight and to see what all of that looks like.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
We got updates from Justin Hollander. He spoke on the roundtable yesterday during the pregame show. Let's see. There's a whole bunch of guys who are going to come back eventually. We've talked about Raley. We've talked about Miller. We've talked about Robles. Here's Justin on Luke Raley.
Yeah, I think we could see Luke this weekend in New York. Want to check on, see how he felt last night. He's played, he had 2 games, then a game off, then 2 more. I believe he played first last night, which was a box he needed to check as well. So I think you could see him this weekend in New York.
Yeah, good. I mean, that could be as soon as tonight, right? Maybe tomorrow. But okay, either way, right, getting Luke Raley back onto this roster, probably another opportunity to upgrade the way your roster looks. And then Bryce Miller.
He threw the ball great. I think he was like 96, 98 for most of the outing. That's great. With just an unbelievable amount of strikes. I think he had 30 pitches after 3 innings and something like 50 after 5. So I was sort of joking with the pitching crew on text during the game that Bryce may have to go 9 to get to his pitch count tonight. I think he ended up at 76, which does put him in position to potentially make his next start in the big leagues. So we'll see how he feels today and map that out. But I would anticipate either at the end of this road trip or when we get home that Bryce would be rejoining us.
All right, well, his next start would come in Philadelphia, right? That's where he would take Logan Evans' spot moving forward. Maybe it's one more start for Logan Evans, but if I know anything about Bryce Miller, he's going to try to get himself into that game in Philadelphia. So I would expect that to be the next time we see that start come around in the rotation. That is everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. It is nice that even after the trade deadline, where you can't really add anything else to your roster, I would never put stock in it like, hey, this is the savior, but it is nice to have 3 starting caliber players that you can still bring back into your lineup. They're not people that you absolutely need. It's not like the Yordan Alvarez thing where it's like, well, without him, you're just not really your team. But adding Robles, adding Raley, and adding Miller, look, those are as Hollander said yesterday, those are 3 huge pieces.
Bryce was arguably our best starter for the second half of last year. Luke was probably our best hitter in the second half of last year. And if he wasn't, then Victor was. So, like, it's, those are 3 huge pieces for us that are.
I mean, no doubt. 3 huge pieces that you could have an opportunity to get back. Let's see. Should we address a silly text? Do you want a silly text? Do you guys like those?
Why not?
406. Other teams can run off 10, 12, 14 game win streaks. Why can't the Mariners? Come on, man. Like, what are you talking about? There's been 1 12-game win streak in baseball this year, right? It's the Brewers, who right now are absolutely red hot. The Mariners just won 8 in a row. Like, come on. Anything that if you're looking and expecting a team to run off 10, 12, 14-game win streaks in baseball, you're not watching baseball. Yeah, the Mariners have been inconsistent. There have been ups and downs. And, like, I'm not saying you have to love it when they lose a series in Baltimore or lose a game. Nobody should. It stinks. Dan wants to try to win every game. Fine. But, come on. Other teams run off. Like, you think that every day there's a 10, 12, 14-game win streak in baseball? What are you talking about? Well, that's just not the reality of the situation. All right, let's play some Keith Law. He is high on the Mariners farm system. He is high on what they did at the deadline. He is high on the organization in general. And he's actually making some, not quite predictions, but some bold comments about where this team could go. Stick around. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Josh Naylor's hit the ground running. The defense has been something I did not even think about. If it's possible, I would be knocking on the door, calling the phone, sending the emails with his agent. And I think if they are able to go on a deep run in the postseason, that could go a long way into selling Seattle to him if it needs to be sold.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello. Welcome to the Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close. And they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No, no place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
My name is Georgios Tsetis. I'm the co-founder of Nutrafol. My hair started thinning in my early 20s. I tried everything, and nothing was really working. So we created Nutrafol. Our hair growth supplements undergo clinical trials and have helped millions of men and women get visibly thicker and stronger hair in just 3 to 6 months.
Get growing at Nutrafol.com. That's Nutrafol.com. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
The home of the Mariners, Seattle Sports.
Cal swinging a drive, deep to right field.
Every pitch of every Mariners game is on the Seattle Sports app.
When it comes to the security of your business, doubts can creep in about who you're trusting to protect it. Are they a reliable service? How will I know if something happens? Are they keeping everyone safe? At Bay Alarm, we got you. For nearly 80 years, we've been putting our customers' minds at ease with our advanced technology and personalized support. Feeling insecure about your current security service? Visit bayalarm.com today to talk to a local security expert.
We live for the jaw droppers.
Gets hit in the backfield and dropped. Guess who? Witherspoon.
The deep balls sent sky high.
Gonna throw right down the seam. Touchdown, Seahawks!
Big moments that throw you out of your seat.
And it's intercepted. Richard Sherman with a leaping interception.
Questioning the laws of physics and worthy of the celebration. Celebrating 50 seasons of Seahawks football. Visit Seahawks.com/tickets today.
Napa Auto Parts reminds parents 460,000 children are reported missing in our country every year. Please plan with your kids a safe, visible route to and from activities with at least one friend. Coach your kids to stay alert and be aware of their surroundings, and caution your children to never accept gifts or rides from strangers. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Napa Auto Parts, featuring top quality parts at affordable prices. Visit them at napaonline.com.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
A little bit of a frustrating loss last night for the Mariners, but after you win 8 straight, after you win 10 of 11, you knew they weren't going to win every game. You knew it wasn't going to go on forever. So.
Why not, Mike? Why couldn't they win 41 in a row?
Well, I don't know. Never happened before in the history of the game, I guess. But, maybe they're unique. Maybe they're the best team ever, and that much better than anybody else has ever played. So you get back on the horse today. Early game, 10:05, 1 o'clock start in Baltimore. So we'll jump out of here in about a half hour and pave the way for Shannon to get in with the pregame show, and then the game, obviously, after that.
You know what I'd sign up for this road trip? Going into it 5-4. If you were to tell me this nine game trip through the weather and the conditions and the pitching they're going to see and how good these teams have all been at home. Yes, even Baltimore is much better at home. Mets have been much better at home. Phillies are one of the best teams in baseball. If you would have said to me, hey, when they took off to the East Coast and this 9 games in 9 days, they go 5-4. Would I take it? 100%.
Absolutely.
100%.
I mean, frankly, you'd probably even take 4-5 on this road trip. It would not be the end of the world. It's a really tough road trip. Yep. But you'd sure like to start it with a series win in Baltimore, knowing that the next 2 series are going to be a little bit more challenging. Again, though, and we're going to talk to Keith Law here in just a minute, the point is, since this trade deadline, and we talked to Keith right before it, and he was, talking about all of what they've got in their system and how this was after the draft and how they'd reloaded it and all of that. And he texted me. He was like, yeah, let's talk again after the trade deadline, and we can talk through what they did, how they did it, who they gave up, who they didn't. So, perfect opportunity to try to do that right now. And he joins us from The Athletic, big-time friend of the show. Keith Law, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Well, we're great. I mean, last night notwithstanding, the baseball we've watched for the 10 games previous to that since the trade deadline have been unbelievable. I mean, just the difference in this team with Josh Naylor and Gino Suarez, even though he hasn't hit, my God, it's like a completely different ball club than I've watched for 16 years here.
I mean, that's probably a coincidence, right? I don't think the addition of those guys has materially changed the other players on the roster, but I understand what you're saying, too. They're starting to play a little bit. I would say they're playing more up to their potential. I saw our friend Joe Sheehan in his newsletter. He did a re-ranking of all the teams in baseball. He had the Mariners as the top team in the American League. I couldn't argue with that. I actually think they've got a pretty good argument to be best team in the AL. And I would say I don't love saying there's a World Series favorite or a pennant favorite, but they would be my pick right now. If you ask me, who do you think is going to go to the World Series in the American League? I would lean towards the Mariners. Particularly, I think we've discussed this before. I think their starting pitching is going to really set them apart if they get to October.
Probably a fun little debate and something you just said there. You don't know if those additions materially change any other player, but what if they change their role? What if they don't feel like they've got to swing out of their shoes? What if they feel like J.P. Crawford's better in the 8th spot than he is some of the other? Do you think there is something to that it actually can put the guys in different roles and different positions to make them materially better?
If it's a matter of moving a guy to a different, say, defensive position, if you were saying, we acquired a real shortstop, so the guy we had at shortstop can go play a position where he's more capable or more comfortable, that I think is real. I don't think the idea of hitters hitting differently based on where they are in the order, that isn't a thing. I don't think at the major league level, I don't think it's a thing. I don't think it should be a thing. To me, if you've got hitters who are like, well, I can't hit in the 2nd spot, but I can hit in the 8th, I mean, that comes down to a question about the makeup of the hitter and maybe on the coaching staff too. Like, dude, your job is to hit. I don't care where you are in the order.
Hey, what did you make of the deals they did make? We talked to you just before they made those trades. What did you make of what they gave up for Naylor, what they gave up for Gino Suarez, and then I guess what they gave up for Caleb Ferguson as well?
They gave up nothing. I mean, honestly, I could not get over how they made all those additions and didn't touch any of the top prospects in their system. I mean, we're talking about guys with maybe a chance to be competent major league relievers at some point. I really thought one of the bigger prospects, I mean, not a Colt Emerson say, but one of their bigger name prospects would end up somewhere else at the deadline, which we've seen them do before, right? To get Rosarena, they traded 2 pretty good prospects. And this year they didn't have to trade any of those guys. I think a little bit was taking on money. A little bit of it, too, was just we didn't see a lot of big prospects change teams at all. Only one guy who was on my top 100, Leo DeVries, because, of course, A.J. Preller did it, was traded at the deadline. There were a couple other guys of some note, but who were prospects with maybe upside but question marks. But what the Mariners gave up in those deals was I saw one of them and texted somebody I knew at the Mariners and said, essentially, is that it? And that's pretty good, actually. Everyone said this was going to be a seller's market. Prices were going to be high, but that didn't actually turn out to be the case, certainly not for the Mariners.
So the only question I would have to follow up on that is if none of your top-tier guys change teams at all, should the Mariners have gone a little harder then on either Duran or Jax or Bednar, one of the sort of leverage arms that change teams? If no, I thought the Phillies had given up a fair amount. Should they have tried to beat some of those deals?
So they were the next 2. Honestly, if I ranked all, I didn't do this. Thank God I didn't do this. Would have been a miserable exercise. But if I had ranked all the prospects who changed teams at the deadline, DeVries would have obviously been one. I think the 2 prospects the Phillies traded for Duran, Eduardo Tait, a catcher who may not catch but who can really hit, and then Mick Abel, starting pitcher, who's been up and down this year, and it's great stuff, and he's just never thrown strikes anywhere in his professional career to this point. I don't even have a good explanation why. I've seen this guy. I'm like, well, he should throw strikes. Looks like he should throw strikes, and he just hasn't done so. Those guys might be 2 and 3. So I would say if you take Duran out of the equation, because for the Mariners to top that, it would have been a pretty high price. If the Phillies paid a high price, they're probably banking on Duran is immediate. He's already the closer. They love him here already. And they have multiple years of control remaining, which I'm sure the Phillies factored in. Could they have gone harder after Bednar? Probably. But Bednar's track record's pretty up and down the last year or so. I don't think he's sort of that. I don't love the idea of the lockdown closer. I would say more like he is a good high leverage reliever, but comes with some risk. And he's not as good as Duran. So would you trade Cole Young? This is the guy I think we talked about last time. I said I thought for sure they would end up trading him. Would you trade a Cole Young and his upside as an everyday second baseman to get David Bednar? I would not, personally.
No chance. I mean, I don't think you can take him out of this lineup. He looks like he's going to be the starting second baseman here, Keith, for the next 6 to 10 years, depending.
Well, that's to me then, if they end up in the situation I described last time, where it's just they have so many middle infielders coming, and maybe he makes someone else, maybe Celestin, who I love, obviously, but maybe he becomes someone they consider trading in a blockbuster deal. Or if everything works out and Emerson is speeding towards the majors as a shortstop and Celestin looks like he's going to stay in the middle infield and he's getting closer, imagine how valuable Young would be 2 years in if he is a solid, average, everyday second baseman and they need something, right? Probably a power hitter, because that's pretty much always what this club is looking for. It's the one thing they haven't developed particularly well. I don't think they draft those guys all that much. So it's sort of, I think it's more philosophical. They really seem to focus on guys who can hit first, and they hope the power comes later. So maybe they're going out to get a 30-homer guy at some point. And Young might be an extremely valuable piece in a trade like that, or he makes someone else more tradable.
Mariners pretty clear, Keith, that they are a draft, develop, and trade organization. This is just kind of a wheelhouse question for you that I have no idea on if what's happened this year is the norm around baseball or it just speaks to their draft and develop. But Sloan gets moved up to Everett. Senja gets moved up from Everett to Double-A. Montez moves up to Double-A. Emerson moves up to Double-A. All throughout this season, they have been, their top prospects, most of them have advanced in season. Is that the norm in baseball?
It is. Almost too much so in the sense, and this isn't really about the Mariners, but, the other day, the Guardians did a whole batch of promotions. They moved Travis Bazzana, who was first, played out at Oregon State, first pick in the draft last year. They moved him up to AAA. He's been fine at AA. He hasn't been bad. but he certainly hasn't played well enough to merit a promotion. They took their first rounder from the year before, Ralphie Velasquez, moved him up from high A to double A, and I went, did I miss something here? Like, he's not hit well at all. Just looking at the White Sox low A roster, because they're coming through my area next week, and they have one prospect I wanted to see, and there's another one. Oh, I'll go see him. Oh, no, he's gone. He had a 680-something OPS. I don't love OPS, but I mean, it's hard to – right, that's not good. There's no way to sugarcoat that. But they moved him up anyway. And I feel like there's become a big thing for a variety. I mean, this week could have a whole 20-minute conversation on this, but teams are often promoting guys too quickly. And I don't think that's often the right thing for their development. Now, Sloan should have been promoted. That made sense. Emerson should have been promoted. That made sense. Montez should have been promoted. The only one of those I had some questions about was Cincha. We talked about him. There's just developmental things he's got to work on, but he's super talented. And I'm sure he's going to do well enough in double A. It's never going to look like a bad idea that they promoted him. I just might have held him back a little longer to work on. I just don't think he should be switch pitching anymore. That's the number one thing.
Hey, they had 9 guys on the new MLB pipeline top 100, which is pretty incredible. Would your list have looked similar to that? I know you do it your own way, and I don't expect them to, but do you think they've got 9 legitimate top 100 prospects, even after graduating Cole Young?
Probably. I don't have to apologize. I don't have their list in front of me, but like Emerson, Celestin, Cincha, Sloan, Montez,
Ford, Farmelo.
Ford is a borderline guy for me.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of questions about him. If he can't catch, and a lot of scouts are like, it's just not good. And even the Mariners have said, we're never sure. It's always going to be a work in progress or for a long time. But the guy they just drafted, Anderson, clearly, he was on my midseason top 60. I think they had 5 or 6 on my midseason top 60. And other than Ford, I think all those guys would be pretty comfortably top 100. Even though I haven't sat down and done the full exercise, I feel pretty good about all of those. Ford, I think, has stalled. He's something. He has major league value somewhere, but if he's not an everyday catcher, I don't know where he plays. And the bat is not good enough for him to DH.
One of the things I thought was interesting, as our friend Jason Churchill pointed out, that they had, guys as high as, I think, 11, Colt Emerson, as low as 97, Celestine. He said, you know what? Looking at this list of 9 guys, it wouldn't even be that surprising if you reversed the list and said that Celestine was in the top 10 and the other guy was like that they have that many guys that have that much maybe variance in terms of what they're expected. Yeah, their ceiling.
Yes, I think that's true. And I think I have Celestine in my top 20 or 25. I think he's a star. He hasn't had a star level year, but he's also really young. He didn't play a lot coming into this year. But the reason I think you see that high variance is so many of their top prospects, other Anderson and Cincha are the ones who I think don't fit this. They were high school drafts or they were international free agents. And Cincha is kind of unusual for a college guy because he was relatively, I hate to say raw, but no, he's not Kate Anderson, right? Kate Anderson, super polished, best pitcher, led Division I in strikeouts, got the multiple pitches, got the delivery. Cincha was more, arm strength, kind of a big wild card with the switch pitching thing, and does he have the command from the right side, but he's super athletic. He was always going to take more time. So I feel like he's a little bit on that bubble. Anderson is the only one, I think, of I don't know who their 9 were exactly. I think he's the only one who was a straight college draft, who was sort of what you see is what you get. And obviously that's really good, but you don't see the variance. Nobody's disagreeing widely on what we think Kate Anderson.
2 things, Keith. I'll bring you into a conversation we had on our show earlier. As a Harvard guy, how many times do you turn to YouTube to learn something?
I just did the other day because I'm trying to repair a leaky faucet in the bathroom. I use YouTube a lot for home and auto repair stuff.
There you go.
It is amazing how many silly things, because my dad taught me all the electrical stuff, but if it's plumbing, car stuff he taught me 20 years ago. Cars are not like that. They're computers with wheels at this point.
Very different.
So a lot of, I do go to YouTube to do a lot of that.
Right, fair.
For folks who don't, I'm a guitarist as a hobby, and I go to YouTube a lot to learn certain songs.
That makes sense.
It's great for that.
I like it. Yeah. Okay, that was a silly question. The real question is, in your lifetime of doing this, Have you ever felt the Mariners organization from the major league level? We were looking at their AAA lineup last night. It's got like 7, 8 guys that have had some time in the big leagues, the AA level, these guys, the 9 Have you ever felt the Mariners organization brimming with this much depth and talent?
No, that's a pretty easy question. Because there were points where I had them as one of the worst farm systems in baseball. Have I ever had them as one of the best before the last 18 months? I don't think so. Maybe 20 years ago, which I just say that hesitantly because that's literally a lifetime ago. My daughter's 19, so it's her life, it's not mine. But it's hard to remember exactly where I had a system at that point. But also, that would have been actually years, and we just don't talk about it, right?
Right. Yeah.
What they're doing is pretty, the whole thing and doing it where you say, hey, they could win the American League and they've got this kind of an organization and there's maybe more. It's really pretty remarkable. One of the guys that I did not know a lot about, Josh Naylor, before he arrived here. I'm not sure I still know a lot about Josh Naylor other than that I love watching him play. What do you make of him? Because he seems like somebody where the scouting report and the stats might be a little bit mixed or might not agree with each other all the time?
What he does really well is mash right-handed pitching with power, pretty good. Has always kind of been a weak spot for him, enough that you might platoon him, but you don't have to platoon him. He's kind of on that borderline. Obviously, platooning a guy at first base with another, if you have another first base or DH only type, that's not great for roster management. So he's kind of on that cusp for me. And I think there's always been some disagreement of where he fits best defensively. Folks I know who've been around him with multiple organizations now, because he's obviously been traded a few times, always said he's a better athlete than you think. He moves better than you think. But people see the body type and assume he's not very athletic. And I think he's better at first base than he's gotten credit for. I remember when they tried him in the outfield, the Marlins tried him in the outfield, and that was a non-starter for me. But you got to try it and see what it looks like, right? You need that flexibility. I don't think he's awful at first base. Obviously, you could probably find somebody better defensively at first, but I think the bat more than makes up for anything he's costing you with the glove.
It's funny because you look at him, I expect to see like 35, 40 home runs a year. I expected to see like a Matt Stairs kind of a player.
Yeah. Right.
But he's not at all when you watch him. I mean, he's a smart hitter. He's a good contact hitter. I've really just been incredibly impressed watching him, in addition to the 12 stolen bases he's had or something since he's gotten here. But the other part that he brings, and I don't know how much time you spend focusing on this, is that's just a guy with a lot of edge. And there aren't that many ball players today who have the red ass like he does, who's got that amount of edge. Do you look for stuff like that? Do you think that has value in a team trying to make a playoff run?
I do think there's something there. I like guys who compete. I like guys who play hard, but smart. Right? There's a random prospect. I mean, not random anymore. Nate George, an outfielder in the Orioles system, came to mind because he just got promoted the other day. We were just talking about promotion. I posted a video on Blue Sky of this guy just scoring from second on a routine base hit, and he looked like a train coming to the plate. Like he was running so hard. And he runs like that all the time. And he's just a super. They got him in the 16th round. He might turn out to be an amazing scouting story. But I like that guy more because it's energy all the time. Doesn't matter the score. Doesn't matter the situation. He's not doing dumb stuff. He's not running into outs. But he will play hard. He will give you a good at-bat. He will run everything out. He's got some power, and he knows how to use it already really well for a 19-year-old. It all works together. I don't mean like I mean, dating myself. Remember Luis Polonia, who ran hard all the time, directly into outs, right? That doesn't count. But if you're smart about it, if your at-bats are good, Naylor's a guy where has he hit 30 home runs once, I think, in his career?
I think once.
He looks like a guy once, right? I totally agree. And that's when he was drafted. That's what people thought he was going to be, was big power, and we'll see what what the package turns out to be. I'm okay with a guy giving back a little bit of power if he's using it to get a better approach. He's getting on base more. Not everybody has to pull the ball in the air 90% of the time. I understand I can't believe I'm saying this. That's what analytics say to do. it's okay to vary up your approach a little bit because pitchers are going to figure that out and they're going to pitch to you differently.
Hey, last thing for me here, Keith, is I asked you earlier about the Mariners organization. How about amongst their peers? How many other teams' situation at the major league level, the minor league level, the farm system, how many would you trade for the Mariners? How many have it better than what's going on right now in Seattle? In totality.
Didn't I have them one? I think I had them one coming into the season. I could say who's in their echelon among farm systems. Boston, certainly. They've done a really good job with some drafting and development stuff. Coming into the year, it was much more on the hitting side. They've actually seen real progress from a lot of their arms this year, which is obviously great to see. The Dodgers always, the Dodgers have just pulled some stuff off too. Later draft picks, trades. They get a guy from the Reds who was kind of maybe a fourth outfielder prospect, and now he's in my top 60 because spending 3 months with the Dodgers is apparently all it takes. They sprinkle their Dodger fairy dust on guys. It just happens. That might be it in terms of that very top tier. We'll see in a couple months once we get through all these guys who just got drafted and guys come over from the Dominican, play in these unofficial bridge leagues that are happening in Arizona and Florida. I get more new scouting reports on a lot of guys once that all wraps up. But right now, I would say that's probably your top three in some order.
Last thing for me, and we only have about a minute here, and then we're actually turning it over to the Mariners for their pregame show and then early game against Baltimore today. But what are your thoughts on how long it would take to get a starting pitcher ready to pitch out of the pen for the playoffs? And the Mariners have 2 or 3 of those guys. I mean, since they didn't go out and get a Duran or someone like that, it could be Emerson Hancock. It could be Bryce Miller. It could be Logan Evans. I mean, like, they've got a lot of really good deep starting pitching. What is your process or thoughts on turning those guys into relievers for the short term?
Understanding it varies pitcher by pitcher, but I would say about 2 weeks. And with the caveat that I would not ask such a pitcher to pitch on back-to-back days in the postseason because he just hasn't done it. And I think you are asking a lot for a guy whose entire routine for years, maybe his whole life, has been around starting, to ask him to pitch back-to-back and maintain his fitness, in addition to maybe not getting him hurt, is probably a lot. The other direction obviously takes much longer. But what you're talking about, teams used to do that all the time. I just think as pitchers have thrown harder and roles have become more specialized, it might be a little more involved, but it's extremely doable. And the guys you're talking about should all be able to make that conversion.
They could be some dudes too, huh? I mean, like the idea of Emerson Hancock coming in for an inning in the 7th and 2-pitch pitcher instead of trying to throw 3 or 4. Pretty exciting. Pretty fun times.
Something 100 in that role.
Yeah.
So, I think it makes a ton of sense for pick your guys who are better suited to that role. And obviously they have a surfeit of starters so they can do that.
Thanks for doing this, man. Appreciate it. Getting you before and after the deadline. Really valuable from our perspective to see where the Mariners are at. And pretty fun times here in Seattle. So thank you, as always. Make sure you guys read Keith's stuff. Yeah, you can find him at The Athletic or online. Sounds like he's using Blue Sky quite a bit these days. And, love Keith. Long time friend and friend of the show as well. I should remind everybody, so Mariners Mets tonight or this afternoon, but you also got Seahawks tonight. So if you want to listen to Mariners Mets in its entirety, go to AM 770. So if you're a 710 listener, go to 770 here in Seattle. But to keep it simple, just use the Seattle Sports app because we can kind of split stuff up there. So go download the Seattle Sports app, which I've told you about like a million times. And if you haven't done it by now, honestly, I'm so freaking embarrassed for you. I can barely even talk to you, let alone look at you. But, like, download the Seattle Sports app. Then you can just listen to the game. Super easy. You don't have to worry about different stations, whatever. Download the Seattle Sports app. You can listen to the full Mariner game that way. Seahawks Chiefs will air right here on 710. But you can also find that through the app as well. So, any confusion, download the Seattle Sports app, and you can get both broadcasts. That's the easiest way to do this. Just download the Seattle Sports app. I know that sounds like a plug, but honestly, I'm just trying to make your life better. I'm just trying to keep things easy for you so that you don't have any problems. All right, what has gone wrong in Baltimore, Lyle? What happened? What has gone wrong for the Mariners over these last 3 games? We'll see if we can figure it out next on Brock and Salk.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Who needs to have a big week 2 of the preseason?
Damian Martinez, he got to play. Halani had
7 carries. Damon Martinez has 6, and Helani just outperformed. It could be the combination with the offensive line or whatnot. This is what preseason is all about. You're competing. Yes, you're on the same team. Yes, you want your buddy to have some success, but you're competing for that number 3 spot.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Got neighbors? Big Trees can help. This is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. If you've been considering planting trees to add privacy, look no further than Big Trees. Privacy trees fill in empty spaces, help to define property lines, and add curb appeal. Learn more about Big Trees' big supply of privacy trees at bigtreesupply.com.
At Toyota of Kirkland, it's all about making the smart play. More savings and taking the tailgate wherever you go with the all-hybrid Camry leasing at $299 a month for 36 months with $32.39 due at signing. And the Prius, the electric ride, leasing at $299 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. Their incredible team at Toyota of Kirkland will set you up with a test drive so you can head to the ballpark in that new car the same day. Score yours today by visiting Toyota of Kirkland or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and take the tailgate wherever you go. Offers valid through September 2nd, 2025. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 2559 and 1263.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Looking for an epic summer night in Seattle? Be here for the Mariners Drone Show at T-Mobile Park. Friday, August 22nd, presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort.
It is grand salami time. Cal Raleigh with his 3rd grand slam of the season.
The team is taking on the A's at 7:10, and after the game, we'll be lighting up the sky with hundreds of drones, celebrating Mariners icons past and present. Don't miss out on a jaw-dropping post-game show. Head to Mariners.com to get your tickets today.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Don't waste time trying to get rid of your old or broken car. Cars for Kids is the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Go to carsforkids.org today. That's cars with a K.
For Riverside Roofing, beyond the national accolades is a family company from right here in Marysville that's built upon important local values like trust. That's why Riverside Roofing is the roofing company you can trust. Find them at riversideroofingllc.com.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Quiet down. Here she comes.
Surprise! Your accountant just emailed to say your quarterly taxes are way higher than you were expecting.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting discounts with a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Also, your favorite employee is leaving. They're going to pursue their dream of being a veterinarian.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discounts not available in all states or situations.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on minute.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
All right, yes, we're rolling along here, Brock. Here, Maura, dial me up again. I'm sorry, I screwed that up on the video. You can just dial it up again. That's my bad.
We had such an intriguing question on a Friday morning.
I know, yeah. I just saw that on the internet this morning, which would be the easiest, to gain a yard in an NFL game, to get a hit in a Major League Baseball game, or to hit a 3 in an NBA game. I think the only one you have really a chance of is the yard, because I mean, as long as it was blocked well, you don't have a chance at any of the others.
Oh, you could hit it. Someone could hit a 3.
I don't know. Not if you were being guarded.
Oh, that's probably true.
Like, yeah, you're right. If they left you alone, but not if you were being guarded. You don't have a chance.
That's probably true.
Like, I'm out there being guarded by some guy 6'5". How the hell am I going to hit a 3? There's no chance.
Yeah, and then you gain a yard, and then you might not get up.
Right.
I mean, you're like you may be broken in half.
So what would be scarier, stepping into the box with a 100-mile-an-hour fastball?
Trying to gain a yard would be the most terrifying thing.
You think that'd be scarier than standing in the box with a guy throwing 100?
Yes, 100%. Because you can just duck out of the way of that. You can just.
I don't think you can just duck out of the way of that.
Oh, sure you could. Sure you could.
I think it would be really hard to get a hit if immediately upon the pitch being thrown, you started walking backwards and turning your head.
It would.
You expect me to get a hit while I'm walking away?
But I promise you, your heart rate as you're standing behind the line of scrimmage as a running back looking at those guys and what is coming and knowing you're just going to get waxed. Even if you gain a yard, you are going to get...
But, like, once you gain that yard, you're hitting the ground. Like, you're probably diving for that yard, right? I am.
You better be real careful. You dive, that helmet goes right into your... No thanks. No thanks.
There's no chance of any of these things actually
what happened
happening.
in Baltimore, Salky? Why couldn't we find a way to win that series?
Probably nothing, I would say, is the answer. Probably nothing happened in Baltimore. But I've been trying to figure out the answer to that question, because obviously frustrating to drop 2 out of 3 and 5 out of 6 to that team this year.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, just bizarre. They've had this horrendous season, but they've had your number. And by the way, that's kind of been the 2025 baseball season. Like, some teams just have other teams' numbers this year. The Dodgers just got swept by the Angels. Like, it's just been a weird year, and certain teams have other teams' numbers. So, what are you going to do? I'm not going to freak out about it. What do I think happened? One, you ran into two really good pitchers, pitching really, really well. I don't know what else to say. I know people hate that excuse. It's not an excuse. It's an explanation. I thought in the first 2 games of the series, the other team pitched really well.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday, maybe not as much, but I thought the first 2 games, they really ran into buzzsaws. And all right, what are you going to do? Beyond that, I think that there's probably 2 other things that jump out to me. One, you were seeing specifically in this series some of the effects of the bench versus the depth of the team versus the starters on this team.
Mm-hmm.
The starting 9, awesome. But without Raley and Robles, the bench, problematic. Right? I mean, look at what went down in this series. If you're pointing fingers, and I kind of hate to do that in a baseball series, it's not really fair. But who are you going to point fingers at most in this series? Well, mostly guys that aren't going to be a thing in another week or 2. Like, okay, Dylan Moore. Well, you get Luke Raley back. Yesterday, Logan Evans. Well, you're about to get Bryce Miller back. Like, a lot of the issues that they had, I felt were, at least in some way, partly anyway, due to the fact that they're just not as deep as they could be, even though that starting 9 is pretty darn impressive.
I think that's fair. I think there's two other elements as well, and it's a fine line. It's a small margin, as most baseball games are, but you made more mistakes than Baltimore did.
Yep.
Right? You threw the ball away. You had wild pitches. You were not as sharp as they were. They didn't give you those games. They didn't play like a team that is totally out of it. Right? They played sharper baseball than you did. And I would also say you didn't have that impactful top of the lineup. I mean, Julio and Naylor were phenomenal, but Randy and Eugenio, we know this. There is going to be some boom and some bust, some peaks and some valleys. And, since
and you got a little bit from Randy. I mean, if I the next one I had on my list was just, quite frankly, Eugenio Suarez.
Correct.
Randy, I mean, look, he singled, stole a base, and came around to score to win the game in game 1. Like, you don't win game 1 without Randy.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm not going to put him in that category. He didn't have a great series, but he literally scored the only run in that game, and it was due to his single and stolen base. So I'll give Randy a pass. Maybe I'm just partial.
Yeah, maybe.
But the Gino thing, geez, I don't know what's going on there other than that he slumps. Since he's been in Seattle, 1 home run, a sub 400 OPS.
Yes.
Sub 400.
Yeah, I mean, it's Solano's start. It's
Solano's really April. Rough, and a 35% K percentage since the trade, which would be the worst of his career. Look, I'm not ripping Gino. I don't think he's like not trying or anything like that. I'm sure he is. If anything, he might be trying too hard. But look, you need the guy you just traded for to be better than that. That's
this is why I think a lot of folks, and Jeff Passan included, wanted to make sure the Naylor deal got done first.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Naylor is not a guy that goes through these ups and downs as much as Gino does.
Well
and we
said.
know this. We've lived the Gino Suarez experience, like the Fernando Rodney experience. It can be a wild ride. And, man, when it's going, it is going. And let's hope, that light goes on in New York. Let's hope that light goes on in Philly, because he can carry him for an entire series, as Julio did in Detroit before the All-Star break. We know that. So it's just one of those things you got to live with. But, man,
I know
does it make that acquisition of Naylor that much more important?
Well, I remember the conversation we had before the trade deadline. And, Lyle, remember we were talking about the idea of, do you trade for Gino knowing that in 2 months you don't know exactly what you're going to get from an up-and-down player? Or do you look at somebody who's been really consistent this year, like a Willie Castro, who's actually had like a level of consistency throughout his career? If you looked at Willie Castro's stats since the deadline, do you know what he's done for the Cubs?
You're probably going to tell me it's pretty good, but
he's hitting 161 with an on-base percentage of 161, and he's slugging 226.
Solid.
He's got an OPS of 387.
Oh, never mind.
A negative .3 WAR, and he's been horrendous. He's got an OPS plus of 11. He's been 90% worse than your average major leaguer. Now, to be fair, that's in 9 games and only 31 plate appearances. So, who knows what Willie Castor is going to end up doing. Maybe he's like the, postseason hero for the Cubs when it's all said and done.
Hey, Salk, did you see the news late last night? I saw it late last night. I apologize. Maybe it came out earlier in the day with our boy Lyle and TJ.
I saw they're having the biggest guest in the history of the Marine Layer podcast.
The biggest. Now, I don't know if that's just physical.
It seemed like it might be. I did not know who that was. Did you?
Yes. Salk.
Who is it?
Yes. Frank the Tank.
I don't know who that is.
Really?
No.
No.
Who's Frank the Tank?
Sorry, Lyle.
It's probably not up your alley of humor, I will say.
Who is it?
He is like this world-renowned Mets fan who is just famous for these like all-time meltdowns every day.
Every day. He's a bad man. Barstool guy, right? I think he was like 600 pounds. He legitimately was a gigantic. He is the biggest guest. And he's walked for, 300, 600 days and lost 300 pounds.
Oh, wow.
He's quite a character. So good for the old man.
That sounds like a pretty good pull.
That's not even what I meant. I just meant biggest, like he's a celebrity these days. Legitimately.
Oh, it wasn't a shot?
No.
Oh.
Like he's legitimately a celebrity.
I assumed it was a shot because I had no idea who that was. It's like, it's got some guy in overalls coming on. I have no idea who that is.
Those aren't overalls. Those are really, really large jean shorts.
I thought they were overalls. It seemed like maybe they were. He looked like Haystack Calhoun or something. I don't know. All right.
He's quite a character.
Well, congratulations, Lyle. The biggest guest in the history of the Marine Layer podcast will be on this week, and you did seem very excited about it. I appreciated the the Hot to Go soundtrack to go along with it. Hopefully you don't get sued by Chapel Roan, and you can continue on doing your show. Between Chapel Roan and the Marine Layer Clothing Company, I'm always concerned for you that the Marine Layer podcast is not going to make it. Do you guys have legal counsel?
You can use normal music on social media.
I'm just asking, do you have legal counsel?
Let's just go with yes.
Let's hope
He's going to figure it out on YouTube, so don't worry about
it's
it.
okay. If they get sued by Marine Layer, it's totally fine. Lyle can just learn that on the fly, and you'll be okay, right?
Also, there was a reason we used that song.
Oh, really?
He hates Chapel Roan.
Oh,
Hates.
all right. Well, let's just hope she doesn't have a problem with you making money off her song. We will be right back with everything you need to know, Brock, and
And football, man. Game day.
Football. Game day Rawls today. CL Sports on 710.
Fourth down territory. Going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Who needs to have a big week 2 of the preseason?
Damian Martinez, he got to play. Halani had 7 carries. Damian Martinez had 6, and Halani just outperformed. It could be the combination with the offensive line or whatnot. This is what preseason is all about. You're competing. Yes, you're on the same team. Yes, you want your buddy to have some success, but you're competing for that number 3 spot.
Fourth down territory. Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Now, D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder. An equal housing opportunity builder.
The ballpark is rocking like 2001. Let us clear up your allergies so you can enjoy more of each game. Hey, it's Dr. Ryan Stern of the Stern Sinus Center. Let us fix your ear, nose, and throat problems. Let's make your congestion, sinusitis, snoring, and allergies a non-issue. We can diagnose and treat everything from allergy testing and treatments to modern nasal breathing procedures to advanced balloon sinuplasty. Come and see us in Federal Way in Auburn or at sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
West Hills Ford, the big Ford store, is celebrating the Ford Summer Sales event with incredible offers, like the 2025 Ford Ranger XL STZ Super Crew 4-wheel drive. Qualified buyers can lease one now for $324 per month for 36 months with $35.99 due at signing. West Hills Ford, the big Ford store, just off the Auto Center Way exit, Highway 3, Bremerton, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
Hazelwood has it! Oh!
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters Trust kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers, pro results, faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend?
Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Dave Wyman here, and since I stopped playing football, we've been fortunate to live in the same house for over 20 years. That type of longevity is a good thing, except 20 years in the same house means a lot of things start to break. Most recently, it's our windows. Virtually every seal has broken, and that's why I reached out to Harley Exteriors. Chris and Ray came out to the house, and I could instantly tell we'd get along great, and I'd want to do business with them. They're local, they're huge fans of our teams, and big listeners to the station. Better yet, they have the best product. Olympic Series windows offered exclusively through Harley Exteriors are manufactured right here in Washington and designed for our Pacific Northwest homes and climate. That means cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Look up Harley Exteriors for your window replacement. In August, Harley Exteriors is offering 50% off basic installation, no payments for 1 year, and an additional $200 off your project. Call 833-HARLEY or go to harleyexteriors.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, the Mariners, Brock, I think are more than happy to be done with the Baltimore Orioles this year. They have, for whatever reason, struggled badly against that team, and obviously Baltimore's had their problems, but not against the Mariners. They win this series yesterday with a 5-3 win in the rubber match. Logan Evans struggled early. Carlos Vargas was not a lot better. They played some sloppy defense, allowed the double steal for a steal at home. It just was not a good game. We've talked about it. I will focus maybe on the one positive. Julio is out of his mind right now in such a great way, and when he's like this, it's so fun to watch.
Here's the pitch. Swung on. That is blasted right field. It is deep. It is gone. Julio, a 2-run home run right after the rain delay, and the Mariners just like that with one swing, down just 3. That's a way to restart for Julio.
Obviously, it didn't end up being enough. They scored 1 run in the 9th, left a couple runners on base as Naylor, grounds out. But it is fun watching Julio when he gets like this.
It is. And I think 30-30 is very realistic. Is we see that kind of Julio warm-up in August. I was thinking as you were talking about the 2 pitchers yesterday, it really is a testament to what they have built. Every team, and Coach will talk about this, this is our standard. This is our standard, right? You hear Mike McDonald talk about this is our standard. This is our, and when you have guys that walk people, it is such an abomination. It just as you become accustomed to Mariners pitchers, you're like, what? Why are you walking people? George doesn't walk people. Logan doesn't walk people. Luis doesn't walk people. Wu doesn't walk people, right? Even the guys on the back end of the bullpen don't walk people. Like, what are you walking people for? That's not what we do. That's not who we are.
Yeah.
And it really does show the elite standard of pitching the Mariners really have built. And when it's off, it feels really, really wrong, like yesterday.
Yeah, no, I think that's really well said, Brock. And it's one of the reasons I talk about that side of the offense all the time as well. Like, walks are just so advantageous to your team offensively, right? Like, that's why I say you can live with the strikeouts as long as you're getting the walks to go with them. And if you're not getting the walks, then the strikeouts become majorly problematic. So Sunday's game will be on ESPN. They'll play in Williamsport tonight. You got Luis Castillo and Sean Manaea.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Preseason football tonight as well. We'll be talking about that for the rest of this hour and then getting back to baseball at 8 o'clock. Say what you want, But you got to have Sam Darnold be good this year, right? Like, if you want the Seahawks to have success, it has to start with Sam Darnold. And we'll get our first look at him tonight, which I'm looking forward to quite a bit. Here he was on the Get Got podcast with Marshawn.
I don't know about that. No, I don't know about that. I know a lot of people, I know a lot of people didn't believe in me, still don't, which is fine. People are going to have their opinions, but at the end of the day, all that matters is the belief in this building and the belief I have in myself. And those are the two things that matter to me. And, from what I can tell, that belief is really high.
Yeah, good. A lot of confidence, Brock. And I think there's a few things you'd like to see tonight. Can they just function well with him in there? I'd like to see some of that play action we've talked about. Like, I'm looking forward to seeing Sam Darnold.
Yeah, I'll do a little deeper dive in Blue 88 with that cut explicitly, because I think there is some real meat on that bone. But yes, and I think for Sam as well, like it's you want to gain the trust of your coaching staff, you have to gain the trust of the people around you, and I think for the 12s as well. This is a special place. He knows it. He's a West Coast guy. He's a son of a plumber. His grandfather was a player. He knows, the history. He's played in this building, and he too would love to get off to a great, just operational start. What you're talking about, facilitating, operating, just don't reinvent the position, as Mike McDonald likes to say. Just play right within it. Hopefully, we can see that tonight.
Meanwhile, there's been a lot of good conversation. Do you want me to play this other sound too? Maybe we can hang on to it. This is pretty good. The stuff on Cooper Kupp.
I thought we were going to play the other sound. The one that went viral? No?
I don't think we're going to do that. No, I think, no.
We're going to move on.
Let's just move on. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's just move on.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
That's pretty good
Save
updates.
it for G? Should we say it, or we're going to talk about
It's really up to you, Brock. I don't know. I'll just stay out of that part of the conversation. Justin Hollander, Mariners general manager, speaking on the roundtable yesterday, gave us a little sense as to what is to come. I mentioned yesterday that there was a chance that would be Logan Evans' last start in the rotation for this year, and that's at least a possibility, as Justin gave this update on Bryce Miller.
He threw the ball great. I think he was like 96, 98 for most of the outing. That's great. Which is an unbelievable amount of strikes. I think he had 30 pitches after 3 innings and something like 50 after 5. So I was sort of joking with the pitching crew on text during the game that Bryce may have to go 9 to get to his pitch count tonight. I think he ended up at 76, which does put him in position to potentially make his next start in the big leagues. So we'll see how he feels today and map that out. But I would anticipate either at the end of this road trip or when we get home that Bryce would be rejoining us.
I would think so.
If I know anything about Bryce, it'll be on this road trip.
It will be, yes.
Don't you think?
He doesn't
want the ball start. Yeah, I would think so very much. And I think the Mariners would like him to take the ball.
And I think a little heat and humidity, all that, with the body, the elbow, all that, probably a pretty good thing.
And I'm sure Bryce hears the conversations about somebody maybe going to the pen and doesn't want it to be him, and will probably try to pitch his butt off here down the stretch to be the guy who avoids doing that. So, good for him. We also got this on Luke Raley.
Yeah, I think we could see Luke this weekend in New York. Want to check on, see how he felt last night. He's played, he had 2 games, then a game off, then 2 more. I believe he played first last night, which was the box he needed to check as well. So I think you could see him this weekend in New York.
I wonder if that's tonight. And I wonder if it is tonight, what the move is. I would have to think that if you're bringing back Luke Raley, it's Donovan Solano, but maybe it's, I don't know. I don't know what it is.
Yep.
Solano or more, right? I mean, I don't know what else it would be. I don't think they're going to send down Master. I'm with you. I think they'll want the defensive flexibility.
And they just can't do that at this point. You just can't.
I think, and you know what? And he maybe gave a hint towards that. Let me play you this other sound. That maybe this is a hint as to how they will handle this this roster move when they have to.
Yeah, it's fingers crossed that you stay healthy right now. There are no more. We used to have what's called August trade waivers, where you could claim guys on waivers and then work out a deal with the team if you did, or if they cleared waivers, you could trade for them. We don't have that anymore. So kind of what you have is what you have in the organization. And really what you want to do, it's a short stretch. Like now we get in the sprint of the season, and you just want to try and assess where you are today and put your foot on the gas for the last 6 weeks of the season.
I mean, if you're in the sprint and you're putting the foot on the gas,
yeah,
then you're not sending down Miles Mastroboni. It's got to be either Solano or more, I would think. All right, well, that's everything you need to know.
And do you think if those two eventually, whatever shape this is going to take. The first one happens, right? You designate for assignment. They don't have any options left at this age and tenure of their career.
Right.
They're likely not to get picked up somewhere.
I would be surprised. I mean, there's a decent chance, but I don't know whether either of those guys even accepts an assignment to AAA. Maybe they do. Maybe Dylan Moore does, accepts the assignment. Oh, maybe they're and maybe one of them is dealing with something, and you can throw him on the IL for a while. I think that would be wonderful. It would be great if Dylan Moore's back was still bothering him, and he could remain a part of this organization and a part of the team, because he is the longest tenured Mariner. I would love for that to happen. I don't know. Maybe he's totally fine, and that's not an option, but that old oblique is barking again. Geez, I'll tell you, I just don't feel 100%. Got a little problem there in the oblique. Hard to pick up, but yeah, I can feel the back's tightening up. Yeah, put me on the IL. Sounds like a pretty good plan for Dylan Moore.
So
well, I just, I had a lot of practice listening to Terry Francona talk about when Manny's hammy was barking.
Sure.
Oh, Manny's hammy's barking. Oh, he's going to be okay, but the hammy's barking, right? Yeah, sure it is. You mean Manny didn't show up until 2 minutes before game time and he couldn't play today? All right, coming up next, Brock, tonight we get to see some Seahawks football.
Tonight.
By the way, if you want to listen to the whole Mariner game in its entirety, do that either on 770 or easiest way to do it is right on the Seattle Sports app, because then you can listen to both the Mariners or the Seahawks. They're both on the Seattle Sports app. Easiest way to do it by far. But we'll tell you what to expect and who really needs it tonight, who can help themselves in tonight's game. It's Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Josh Naylor's hit the ground running.
The defense has been something I did not even think about.
If it's possible, I would be knocking on the door, calling the phone, sending the emails with his agent. And I think if they are able to go on a deep run in the postseason, that could go a long way into selling Seattle to him if it needs to be sold.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Yeah, it's a cool time of year where you're around football and baseball, and I love being around the teams, the coaches, the players, all of it. It's pretty clear they're focused on a mission. They know what they want. It's right in front of them, and they're in go mode. Very inspiring, right, to everybody, and that's one of the reasons we watch sports, to see what someone's capable of. What about you? What are you capable of? What if you had the right plan in front of you and all you had to do was commit to it? Well, that's what Eastside Weight Loss Clinic can find out. They've helped over 4,000 people in the region become better versions of themselves. I know some of them. I am one of them. You probably know some as well. Look, this plan works. It's not that hard. It's safe. There's no injections, no surgery, fresh, delicious food that you buy at the grocery store with great recipes, and the timing and the portion, it all just works. You won't even really be hungry while you're doing it. Look, start this off with just a 15-minute phone call. Schedule yours right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Again, that's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
When your outside matches how you feel on the inside, that's kindness. And so I think that is the one thing that the Lee Johnson Auto family encourages us, is to be really authentic and really be intentional in how we treat our customers and how we treat each other.
To have a good company, have a good culture, have a good crew that takes care of your customer base, you have to take care of your crew. You can't have miserable people and expect them to give a customer a good experience.
Walking in here, meeting some of the employees already before I was even hired on, welcoming me in, gave me a good indication what this company was all about. So if I were to make an hour and a half drive here and to have fun here for 8 to 9 hours a day versus if it's the other way around, then I'll take it.
It's not a script. It's a belief. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let's go! You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
You gotta love football season, but when it comes to your windows and doors, you don't want any fumbles. Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat, and they'll give you top-notch customer service with no trick plays. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Get rid of stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin with ProSculpt, the simple one-day permanent fat reduction and skin tightening treatment. Book your free consultation at ProSculpt.com.
Dave Wyman joined by a very special guest, Dr. Daniel Landis. He's on the Swedish CyberKnife team treating prostate cancer and accepting new patients. Dr. Landis, what could patients expect during CyberKnife treatment?
So the CyberKnife treatment's an outpatient procedure. Essentially, it's a 5-day treatment, about 30 minutes per day. You walk in, you walk out, you essentially don't feel anything at all during treatment. Many patients still work full-time while they're having treatment.
That's incredible. Where are your patients from?
We see patients from all over, patients from out of state, Alaska, Idaho, from all over the world, honestly, since it's such a short treatment.
How can someone get a hold of you?
I would encourage patients to reach out to us directly. We'd be happy to schedule a consultation.
Thank you, Dr. Landis and the team at Swedish CyberKnife for the wonderful work they do. And remember, you don't need a physician's referral. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. That's swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate.
Mike's Western Suppliers and CL Western Apparel remind parents 460,000 children are reported missing in our country every year. Please plan with your kids a safe, visible route to and from activities with at least one friend. Coach your kids to stay alert and be aware of their surroundings, and caution your children to never accept gifts or rides from strangers. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Mike's Western Suppliers and CL Western Apparel. Family owned and proudly serving our community for over 30 years.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. The hotel is open and you can book now at snocasino.com. The destination spa, the expanded non-smoking gaming floor, the big 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center, and yeah, the new restaurants, food venues as well. Effortless style and the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com to book. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Let's see, a bunch of text messages coming in. Frank the Tank was hospitalized yesterday, Lyle?
Yes, his foot was squirting.
Squirting? Does he have the gout?
Yeah, he had a bleeder.
Does he have the gout?
No, he's just got a big bleeder. It's
Okay.
nasty.
Ugh.
Nasty.
All right, well.
You know what I would take? I would take Mora's second toe over the bunion big toe thing he had going on. That was just
I would
disgusting.
hope so.
All right,
It's not that disgusting. I know other people that have a second toe longer than their first.
No, that's not that
Mara,
bad.
we
It's not like having a
learned-
oozing wound. What?
We learned that
it's like you and the Venus de Milo. Like, you're fine. Don't worry about it.
Like a Greek goddess.
Yeah, it's like you're the mighty Aphrodite. Let's see. 406 saying Justin Hollander reminds me of a Cybermetrics robot. Not really. First of all, I think you're confusing Cyberdyne and Sabermetrics, but that's fine. He's not at all. Justin's not like that. He's a pretty warm dude. I would disagree with that. Maybe he sounds that way when he's doing media stuff. I don't know that I would hear that. I would totally disagree with you. Knowing him a little bit, I would say that is not him at all. He's a pretty warm guy, don't you think?
You know what is unique about both him and Albert Breer? Is they're both psychotic Ohio State Buckeyes fans.
Yes.
I mean, it is. I would not deem either of them. Like if I just went to
Bert
dinner.
went there.
I understand that. And obviously Hollander grew up in that area.
Yeah.
But if I went to dinner with them and like college football and any of that never came up, I would think that Breer's like a Northeast guy.
Yeah.
You know, and maybe a BC guy, but much more of a pro football guy. And Hollander, I would not. I don't know. He just it doesn't strike me.
Nobody's a BC guy. They're just not. Like, there's no such thing. Even the people went to BC. They don't care what happens to BC football.
Is Matt Hasselbeck not a BC guy? Is Tim Hasselbeck not a BC
really.
guy? Is Glenn Foley not a BC guy?
I mean, they
Pete
played
Kendall
there,
not
but
a BC
like,
guy? Why don't you watch your mouth?
They played there.
Sometimes you just run your mouth.
You think Hasselbeck spends his life crowing about BC the way Albert Breer does about Ohio State?
What is that line about your mouth and cashing checks?
My mouth is writing checks. My body can't cash.
Pretty much that. Yes.
I'll take my chances. I think I'll be okay. Anyway, no, Justin's a really good dude. I would, and he's a pretty normal guy. He's not. I would say actually he provides in that organization a lot of the heart and a lot of the sort of personal interaction success between the front office.
Tissues.
Yeah, he. I would say he's the one who walks into the clubhouse and has a little bit more relationship, can have some of those conversations. I think that's part of what makes Justin great. Actually, is his interpersonal skills. So
yeah, and I think his ascension with Jerry doing maybe less of that and more of working in the other areas and his role, I think has been probably a healthy move for
I would tend to agree with that. I would tend to agree with that quite a bit.
Yep.
All right. Let's see. Tonight, Seahawks game 2 against the Kansas City Chiefs. I was just trying to think last night, Brock, about people that can help themselves tonight. And let me start by saying this is bad radio, but I'll say it anyway. Everything I'm about to say might be totally worthless. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to try to give you some people that I think could try to help themselves tonight, but it's also entirely possible that none of this really matters very much at all.
I just, and this is an area, thankfully, that we do continue to disagree because I don't think this is spring training baseball. I don't. Now, there are certainly a lot of spots because of contracts and guarantees that guys are set. And to that point, sure, we're talking about players 30 through 53, a lot more than we are players 1 through 30, because those are largely through draft status, through trades, through contracts, the Leonard Williams, all the moves. We could probably go through 20, 25 guys that are already set. But there still are for those other 25.
I know that, but I'm going to give you 5 answers to this question, and none of them, I think, are really maybe a couple, but they're mostly not people battling for roster spots, but they might be people sort of, who I think could help themselves for different reasons. So here's a quick list. Number 1 would be all of the running backs, really the top 4. So the top 2 guys battling for, the most number of carries, meaning Ken Walker and Charbonnet, right? Like just battling to see who's the starting running back, who's going to get the lion's share this year. And then the next 2 guys who I assume are Damian Martinez and Halani battling to see who's next.
I would think, and based on order of play last week, I think that is Holani and Martinez behind him.
Okay, yes.
And then even the youngster that came in and ran really hard in this system. Think about San Francisco, Shanahan, all of it. Like they'll take 5th rounders.
I'm going to be a little biased about that guy because I watched him doing pass protection.
Jakari? Jakari Wright?
And it was a tough watch.
Jacardia
Wright, and he was struggling. It was not great watching him do that. And I just imagine if you're going to be the last running back on the team, you've got to be able to do that. I would think that would be awfully important. And when
blink scouted him.
I blink scouted it. I only watched one. As I said, I'm a little biased because of what I saw. I saw him struggling there, and probably not surprising for an undrafted rookie. But I saw Martinez look pretty darn good doing that. And so I'm going to guess that factors in as well.
Well, Damian Martinez better have 2 smelling salts stuck up both nostrils, and he better go tonight because he cannot afford to let those other guys just run harder, play harder. Like that dude he's got to play really well.
Which Seahawks can help themselves the most tonight? Nicky Manwari, again, he's going to get playing time, but I'm just saying, like, how much can they get him on the field? How much can he handle? How many different roles can he play? I would think he's still in a position of being able to help himself.
Yep. I would agree with that. Hopefully it's 10 to 15 plays tonight. Hopefully it's the first quarter or the first quarter and a half or, a couple 3 and outs. And hopefully he can make an impactful play. He can feel that he can kind of find his footing as well because he's done a bunch of it in the practice and on the practice field. But you need to see him be able to cut it loose tonight.
All right. Third person for me is Jalen Milroe, not just because I'm obsessed, although maybe partly because I'm obsessed. But look, can he show that he needs some time? Maybe in special situations, can he show that he can be trusted? Like I don't know whether he can do all of that in a game like this. to me, that's probably more over the course of the entire preseason and training camp, and it's more of a day-to-day thing. But he's always going to be on my list just because of the talent.
Yeah, we talked earlier in the week about Spagnuolo and the scheme and the depth and the number of players they have for Kansas City on their second and third units that have experience in it. I would love to see in that second half that it's not just vanilla, that he actually has to process. He actually sees some different looks and lots of disguise. And, yeah, hopefully he'll get an opportunity to show some of that.
There was, I don't know if you heard this. This was Mike McDonald on the Get Got podcast with Marshawn and others. And he is talking specifically about Milroe. And I think you hear some of the excitement, some of the reason they're high on him.
Like, I'm begging him. I'm like, dude, do you realize how much of a pain in the ass you are? Like, it's just like, he's got great arm talent, really, really smart, great worker. But
thank you
he
for
has
that.
the legs.
Thank you for that.
But he has the trump card.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, hey man, like, use it.
Yeah.
Like you can have it. You can have it all. You can do everything. You know, so everything is better than some of the things. So do that. You know, and he understands it. He understands it, and he's so committed to being a great quarterback, which he's going to be. And so I'd much rather work with a guy with that attitude than just say like, hey, screw it, just give me the ball. I'm just going to run around. Like, we don't want to operate like that. So, but he's going to get there. And it was a great first outing. And but the cool thing about Jalen, he's the first guy to tell you like, hey, this is where I want to grow. This is where I'm trying to go. And he'll be working on it.
Yeah, you want to have that mastery. We talk about this. We've talked about it a couple different times. And you brought it up even on the practice field. Like, man, the practice field is – it's not really where he comes to life as much. Those legs just don't come to life in game situations and full speed. And what every defensive coordinator that I've ever talked to in my life has always said, that those guys are the ones that keep you up. Because you could do everything right, get the perfect call, get everybody in the right spot, and he just erases it with his just elite athleticism.
It's funny that's what would keep them up. Like, I would think if I was a defensive coordinator, when that happens, I kind of shrug my shoulders and be like, all right, well, I did the best I could. Like, we did it right. The guy ended up making a great play. I would be much more concerned with the Peyton Mannings of the world, where like I feel like I've got to find a way to beat him because I can. Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. That's 3. Just looking at Seahawks that could help themselves the most tonight. How about Marquez Valdez-Scantling? It feels like, at least in the public eye, his stock has fallen as Torrey Horton's has risen. And Clint Kubiak was pretty clear this week that he didn't feel that way.
I think he's had a really good camp. I think he's battling with a lot of guys, but his speed really shows up. I think Coach has done a phenomenal job of keeping the top off of our offense with some of their coverage looks. So some of the stuff that he's shined hasn't shown up as much. But I see the guy winning on his routes, see a guy with a great attitude, and see a big-time player for us.
I think I would agree with both of those things. First of all, he's been healthy. That's been a challenge for MVS. Is just kind of a lean muscle mass guy at times over the course of his career. And then, yes, against this kind of shell defense, right? Those moon balls, those deep balls, the thin to win posts, the stuff that gets over the top, there's not a lot of opportunity. And maybe a little more opportunity with Kansas City. Again, a little bit more aggressive. We'll give you some of those looks and some of those pressures, and hopefully he has a chance to cut it loose a little bit tonight as well.
Last one.
One more?
Yeah, last one for me would be Elijah Arroyo. And again, just trying to figure out, what are we looking at here? Is this somebody who can contribute right away? Is this more of a project? I would think he's still in a position. He's listed, I think, as 3rd on the depth chart for whatever that's worth. Probably not a lot, but A.J. Barner, I think Saubert was next, and then he was 3rd. I don't know if it really plays out that way, but just trying to figure out, how much can he contribute? Is he a red zone threat? Is he a weapon that is part of this passing attack that's going to need its tight ends to be something? Because the wide receivers, let's face it, while they may be good, are not elite. It is not like the strength of this unit.
Good for you, Salky. Good job.
Why?
Oh, you nailed it on the tight end on the depth chart here.
I saw it the other day. Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, you got strong memory.
You know that's true. Recall is really one of my specialties.
Can I give you a couple others?
I thought you meant I nailed it on my list. Like that was a really good list of 5 people that could help themselves.
I think that's really well done. I can't really nitpick too many of them. I just add maybe a couple other little entrees to it. And I think Josh Jobe is just that, and Nehemiah Pritchett, those guys because we know they come to play like over the course of a season. That we can talk about depth in a lot of spots. Got to have enough receivers. Got to have enough D linemen. Man, you lose a Reek or you lose a Spoon, those next tier. And Pritchett's had a very good camp. I think he's pushing Josh Jobe, who they gave a 1-year deal to. So I think those two guys going at it, especially against what they're going to see in Kansas City's offense, will be fun to watch. And then Torrey Horton. That line that Mike has used a couple different times, quoting the old Steve Smith about, stacking a big play every day. That's if you want to make your mark as a 5th-round wide receiver, it's not, hey, man, I had a good first game. Oh, man, hey, I had a good couple weeks camp. Okay, do it again and do it again and do it again and stack those days and stack those plays and stack that momentum. Kind of excited to watch him go at it again.
Well, it'll be fun. Again, everything we just said might mean nothing, right? I mean, like the coaches may have some thoughts on all of that has, very little to say, very little to do with the way tonight plays out. But those are people that kind of jumped out to me. 425 says, Salk says we are not elite at tight end. I'll remember you said that. That's not what I said. I appreciate that. Not what I said.
That's what I heard. Maura, is that what you heard, Lyle? I think I heard you say that.
Word for word.
The words were they're not quite elite at wide receiver. Yeah, not tight end.
Oh,
yeah, they're different positions.
The conclusion is like be better, Salk.
Yeah. Oh, I'll try to be better, except you be better because I said wide receivers, not tight ends. Yeah.
Oh, Maura, I love when you play drops. Have I ever told you that, or Lyle, whoever did that?
That's because Brock thinks radio should still be like it was in 1997. Let's ask him 3 questions we call a Blue 88.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewert breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Speaking of which, you gotta lay off Shador.
Dude.
I don't want your Shador text messages. I don't want your Shador hate. Let's see what happens. Don't be like that.
Sulk.
Don't sulk me.
Sulk.
Don't sulk me.
It's not a good look for me to sign autographs before the game, but it's a better look for me to have my own entourage filming me.
Didn't Joe Burrow just do the same thing?
What are we doing?
Didn't Joe Burrow just do exactly that and was ranked tied for the number 1 quarterback in the game?
Joe Burrow do what?
Not signing autographs and doing all sorts of other crazy stuff where he's...
Joe Burrow's got his own entourage?
No, but Joe Burrow, what was he going to buy? The Batmobile?
Salk, you watched? That was on Hard Knocks. That was on the QB documentary.
I get it. Well,
after going to a Super Bowl and leading that horrible organization.
I don't know, man.
Salk, you've seen this play out with Russell right before your eyes here.
No,
don't do this. This is not the way to do it.
Totally different. Because
don't
Russell,
make it about you.
No, because Russell was not authentic to who he is. This is who this kid is. You can hate on him if it doesn't work. It might not work. If he stinks, you're welcome to hate on him. It's too early to hate on him. It's not fair.
So you can, if you is just kind of narcissistic all about you, you want that in your quarterback?
Did I say
you
that?
You would encourage that? You would say, hey, just be who you are.
I watched Cam Newton make it to the Super Bowl and win an MVP by doing that.
Okay.
Now, didn't end particularly well for him, obviously, and
he was 6'6" and 250 and just
I know that,
totally
and
different.
I'm not saying this kid's Cam Newton or that he's going to, win an MVP or lead a team to a near perfect record. But just let's see him play before we get mad about things like him not signing autographs.
I'm not getting mad.
Yes, you are.
No. I'm getting mad about the hypocrisy of don't say to kids, I can't sign because it's a bad look. Well, I got my guy with his scythe and boombox in my
maybe
East to
he
West
got so much
Enterprise.
bad press from that he didn't want to sign.
Oh, goodness gracious.
The scythe is ridiculous.
It was utterly
I'm pro-scythe. No, I'm just kidding. All right. Question number 1, Brock, why does continuity matter so much at quarterback?
Yeah, this is a little of a chicken
in the NFL.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a chicken and egg argument because I know you're going to say to me, like, oh, come on. Of course, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, these guys all have continuity of head coach Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, because they're all great players. And therefore, these coaches all stick around. But they're also great players because their coaches stick around. Tom Brady, this is with Joel Klatt. I talked about how much I enjoyed a lot of this.
Joel Klatt just gets Tom Brady on a show?
Well, they're both employed by Fox.
I know, but you were employed by
One's the
Fox,
number-
and we couldn't get Tom Brady on the show.
Do you want Tom Brady on the show?
I mean, yeah. Who
I mean,
doesn't?
you want me to try to get Tom Brady on the show?
Again, yes. I would like you to try again to get Tom Brady on the show.
I think it's a little easier when they're both employed by the same employer, and it's on the benefit of Fox's platform and Joel's platform, which was all great. And I did love, I talked about just the demands that QBs have, and certainly Tom had on his guys. This was some good stuff.
What are you doing in the offseason to help your defense? What are you doing to push the personnel department to get people doing the right thing? Are you involved in game planning? I mean, I used to do game plans.
Sure.
I used to walk in there and say, these are the things we're doing. Okay, I used to do my own walkthroughs. I used to, all right, guys, I don't give a fuck if the coaches want to come. We're doing our walkthrough. Right. We're going to come up with our own signals. We're going to come up with our own, because this is what I need to be on the field to be successful. So that's what Peyton Manning did. Yeah. That's what Drew Brees did. That's what Phillip Rivers did. That, to me, is what the great quarterbacks do. So are these other guys going to come in and say, you know what, I know I'm getting paid a lot, and I know that I do a lot, but what can I do more so that we can accomplish more?
Jump there?
Mora.
Tom Brady curses now?
I think Tom Brady's always cursed.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
He knew he was in a laid-back Joel Klatt kind of environment. Poor Mora rolled that in this morning. Didn't realize.
Lyle dumped it.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Sorry, I'm getting late-night texts from Brock. No, I'm just kidding.
Mora's up all night, Brock,
I
because of your text messages. Brady, jeez.
Come on, Tom.
Yeah.
Take it down a notch.
All right, I know I've lost the plot. Let's go to question 2. It's too late. We're moving on. Question 2. Brock, what is the best thing you've heard from Sam Darnold?
Well, you played earlier and need to know. If you want to buy some stock in the Seahawks this year, if you want to talk about Sam Darnold being what Sam Darnold was for 15 weeks of last year, then play that cut again for me. I know there's no F-bomb in this one.
I don't know about that. No, I don't know about that. I know a lot of people, I know a lot of people didn't believe in me, still don't, which is fine. People are going to have their opinions, but at the end of the day, all that matters is the belief in this building and the belief I have in myself. And those are the two things that matter to me. And, from what I can tell, that belief is really high.
Continuity matters. Back to kind of question number 1. Tom Brady could do that. Peyton could do that. Drew Brees could do that. Joe Burrow can do that. They all have the same head coaches and largely the same programs for the majority of their career. Continuity matters. You know what else matters in this case? And I believe that's at the high school level, college level, pro level. At that position, more than ever, you need an advocate. Michael Penix needed Kalen DeBoer. He was Humpty Dumpty and totally broken in Indiana, and he needed an advocate, someone that truly deep down believed in him. And he could feel that. And there's a lot of players, Salk, that play that position that need that assurance, that need that advocacy. And I think in Clint Kubiak, I think in a Mike McDonald, I think in a John Schneider, and what Sam is feeling in that locker room. He's got advocates, and that's a good thing moving ahead.
All right, question number 3. So we talked about Steve Spagnuolo yesterday being a great schemer for the Hawks offense to go against. What do they do really well there in Kansas City? Even if Mahomes isn't playing, that will be a challenge tonight.
Yeah, it's great on both sides. So, the Spagnuolo, the blitz, the disguise, all that's going to be great for the offense. And then likewise, even without Mahomes, Andy Reid, screen game, play action game, creativity in the red zone game. Like he plays like his scheme. He doesn't duck it. We kind of had this conversation. Go ahead and ring the bell. I had a really fun scrimmage last night against the Jake Heaps-led Legend Titans. I'll tweet a picture of Jake and I before the scrimmage.
You guys look
game
great
last
together,
night.
though. That was
It was
cool.
so fun, man. It was really, really cool. And I had a conversation with our head coach. Like, there's going to be a lot of other head high school coaches in the area at this game. Teams are going to play, or should we, dummy signals? Should we do this? Should we do that? Should we? And he's like, I don't care. I really don't care. We got to do what we've got to do. And I'm not going to have any of this paranoia. Andy Reid's got no paranoia. This is what we do. It is a voluminous playbook. I want to get our work in. And Andy Reid in that screen game tonight, that third down package tonight, that red zone package tonight, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome for the ones when they're in there to play against it, and certainly the 2s and 3s. And little Gardner Minshew, man, he can run around and create. Right? If Mike McDonald, doesn't love
He's
running
going to get
quarterbacks.
cheers tonight, isn't he?
I would hope so.
I would too. I mean, Gardner Minshew's going to show up here and people are going to go crazy for him. He may get more cheers than Sam Darnold.
I don't know about that. You think Coug Nation is that strong in Seahawk 12 land?
I think that even non-Cougs just love Gardner Minshew. I don't know. We'll see. All right, that is today's Blue 88.
I would agree.
Every morning at 7:45.
He's going to get cheered. There's going to be no sign about him being a bus. I'll tell you that. He's not going to give the bird to anybody coming out of the tunnel.
He might. I mean, who knows? He's a wild card, man. No one ever knows. Heck, Tom Brady might do that. Turns out he swears in interviews, and nobody even knows what's going to happen next with these guys.
I'd like to apologize for that.
Oh, don't worry about it. It's fine.
The listener did not hear it. It got dumped. So.
It was, well, the listeners on the radio, the online listeners certainly got to hear it. Like our boss, Kathy, who texted me and said, "Oh my God, did that just air?" And I said, "No, we use the dump button. It just doesn't work online." So, okay. Moving on, Brock, rapidly. Yes. Let's talk. I've been wanting to do this all week, but I've been waiting for him to pitch. Can we talk a little bit about the unsung hero of the Seattle Mariners in 2025? It's next on Brock and Salk.
He's the best catcher in baseball.
Pitch the cow, swing and a drive.
And he's on Seattle Sports, Thursday afternoons all season long. It's the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show.
Presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians.
More history for Cal Raleigh.
I love being here, and I love these fans in the city.
Catch every episode of the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show, presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians, on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, the Seattle Sports app, and seattlesports.com.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign, and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
From the roof to the deck, the siding to the gutters, and energy-efficient windows, State Roofing and Exteriors is your one-stop shop for home protection. With over 55 years serving Western Washington, we don't just work here, we live here. We know what your home is up against when the cold sets in and the rain starts falling. Right now, we're making it easier than ever to get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 24 months. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate.
State Roofing, the best roof you'll ever need. Feeling lucky? Don't miss the Lucky Classic Collector Car Truck and Boat Auction, Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Hundreds of cars, vintage, muscle, exotic, classics, trucks, boats, and more. Saturday, August 30th at Tacoma's LeMay Marymount Event Center. Millions of dollars in inventory, many must sell with no reserve whatsoever. Get lucky, get local, and get in line for the Northwest's greatest collector car auction. Auction details at luckyoldcar.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Americans may not agree on much, but we agree on Social Security. We all pay in. It ought to be there when we need it. Social Security could face a funding gap in less than a decade, and I don't want to see a pay cut. I'm with AARP in the fight to protect the Social Security we earned.
Pledge to protect Social Security at aarp.org/weearnedit. That's aarp.org/weearnedit. Paid for by AARP.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used on your license unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may know the speeds low even other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization, video streams, and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a month and bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at cmobile.com.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
I've been wanting to give this guy some credit, Brock, because I don't think that he's gotten very much of it this year, and I think he really does deserve it. And I've heard it from people inside the building. I've been thinking about it now for the last couple of weeks, and I think you know how much I love him. You can play the music if you want, because you know how much I love me some Luis Castillo. But he has not gotten nearly enough credit, I think, for what he's done this year. And it feels like, it's funny, somebody was just asking me the other day, like, Luis, I'm going to the game. I don't really feel like he's going to do anything. Like, yeah, the numbers show Luis been really good this year, and my eyes think that he's been really good this year. And I think some of what he brings to the Mariners goes beyond just what he's done on the mound this year for the team. But if you want to just start with the numbers, they're pretty great. And Lyle sent these over last night, some of the platoon splits for Luis this year that have been a little bit more manageable. Lefties hitting 771 OPS this year, which is not, I mean, it's not great, but it's not as bad as it was last year, right? Where he really struggled to get lefties out. I think the changeup has helped a little bit with that. ERA by month, 3.62 in April, 3 flat in May, 3.97 in June, 2.05 in July, 3.18 in August. That's pretty good consistency. I mean, I know that not every number is the same, but none of those numbers are terrible. The worst was just about a 4, and the best was just about a 2. Everything is sort of hovered in a fairly manageable range for Luis over the course of the season. I would say that consistency has been really part of the charm. And then finally, Lyle points out, unlike Logan and George, he's not had struggles the third time through the order. OPS third time through is 633. That is phenomenal. Wow. That's really difficult to pull off. I would be curious where that ranks in baseball. I don't know if it would be like top 5, but I bet it's in the top half of the league for sure, and probably a little bit better than that.
Yeah, I think why your friend probably felt that way is there's been those moments where you're like, ooh, okay, this thing's kind of teetering a little bit, like in June, and then he just gets right back on the horse. And, kind of maybe has an outing that's a little inefficient or a little sloppy, and he gets right back on the horse. I mean, that nickname for him is just apropos. I mean, he really has been the rock, the rock for the crew. And I think what he does for, a number of the other players and younger players, and we've heard that from this pitching staff, is, is he the most verbose guy? No.
Well, not for us, right?
Not for us.
Not for us.
That's not what we get. Nope. But for those guys, they do.
I think you can kind of tell, though, that the personality is there, right? Don't you think you can see it in the smiles and in the way he even conducts himself in interviews in Spanish? I always feel like I can tell.
He's got a little charisma.
Yeah, he does. And I would say that when we're down at spring training, even the thank you. Even the very short conversations we've had with Luis.
There were a lot of people worried.
That I'd given up.
Well, not that you'd given up, but maybe your new fling.
Oh, how much I like Naylor.
I mean, you've kind of
and
fallen
Randy.
in love. Yeah, I mean, you've kind of fallen.
Those are my 3 favorite players on this team by far. By the way, it's definitely Josh Naylor, Randy Arozarena, and Luis Castillo.
But I mean, the
my
Righteous
3 favorite
Brothers
players
does
on this
not
team.
really fit for your love for Naylor.
No.
Like, there's definitely got to be a different song.
We'll come up with something. I don't know what it'll be yet, but give me some time. I'll see what I can figure out. Anyway, the big 3 reasons I did want to discuss Luis today, and 3 things I wanted to give him credit for. Number 1, dude posts. He posts. He takes the ball every 5 days, no matter what.
Yep.
He takes the ball every 5 days, no matter what, and he gives you innings. I don't know how many times he's gone 6 innings and 2 runs this year or last year or the year before. But if you ever want 6 innings and 2 runs, he's your guy. It feels like that is just his norm, right? And probably not a surprise that he's got about a 3 ERA. And guess what 6 innings, 2 runs is? 3 ERA right on the button. It just feels like that is who he is. And it's one of the reasons Jerry, I think, said this about him about a month ago.
I would literally up a river if we didn't have him. And we definitely would not be where we are in the standings. He has, maybe not been our most underrated player. He has been indispensable. Yeah. Between he and Brian Wu and what they were able to do in getting us across the line, just phenomenal. But in May, the uptick in his physical stuff has been notable. And it's been every pitch in his arsenal. It's his strikes. It's his command. And save for a couple of, starts where he really had to battle against Toronto, every other start, it seems, that he's made outside of the return to Cincinnati has been a metronome start. And you're seeing it in ways that The Rock really didn't do. It used to be gaudy strikeout numbers and overpowering at the top of the strike zone, the great changeup. He shows up. He's got a full arsenal. He's using all of his pitches. His locations are outstanding. I think he's on a pace to deliver north of 3 WAR in the season.
Yeah, so I mean that sort of, I love the story of the young pitcher who has the flamethrower stuff, who has to transition into actually being a pitcher. And it does seem like Luis is doing that and finding ways to get deeper into games because of it.
Not able to dispense. Can like that word too. That's breaking indispensable into 4 different words, but he was a guy I talked about in the off season. Like, is he the guy that you trade? Is that salary the kind of salary you move? Are you able to dispense of Luis Castillo? And thank goodness you did not.
Yeah, I would say that's well said. And that is sort of the on-field stuff. But the other 2 are really more off-field. In talking to people around the team and about him, one of the things they say often is that he truly wants no credit. That he is one of the rare, truly selfless dudes that you will find in the game, and you see evidence of it. When he was not named the opening day starter this year for the first time, no problem. He didn't throw a fit. He didn't get angry. He didn't do anything. He supported Logan and was wonderful. When his teammates have been named All-Stars, what did he get Logan a watch this year? Mm-hmm. I think he did something for George. He's just been one of those guys to step up and help. Brian Wu got something. He just steps up and helps those guys and really believes that he doesn't need any credit for any of those things. He does them behind the scenes.
Yeah, he's got some of what Buhner talked about with Naylor, and it's probably why you kind of have an affinity for both of them. That's how I imagine the old school guys, like in the 80s and the 90s, and that's just you take care of others, you do your job, you post. You don't make it about yourself, like Shedeur Sanders. It's not about you. You don't make it about yourself. You make it about others.
Yeah.
Yes.
Last one is that by all accounts, he is a big-time leader. And you don't often say that about pitchers because it's hard for pitchers to lead. I think we heard some of that about Robbie Ray, that behind the scenes, he was a bit of a butt kicker and kind of get guys in gear. I don't know whether that's the Luis thing. I have heard that he actually works really, really hard and that's been a big part of who he is. But more the leadership especially among the younger Latino players on the team, Vargas, Bizzardo, and others that you've seen take a jump yesterday notwithstanding, those guys have had big steps forward this year. And my understanding is that Luis has played a role in that. I'm not crediting him with Bizzardo having a good year. That would be too much. But, for leading and helping to show those guys. And then we talked about Randy specifically. Not that, again, want to be very clear about this. Not that all Spanish-speaking players need to have other Latin players around. That's not the point. But I think Randy did. My understanding, as a guy that doesn't speak a lot of English himself, in order to feel comfortable, I think Luis has been one of the guys that's helped make Randy feel like this is a pretty cool place to be after probably some initial, let's call it skepticism, when he was first dealt here from Tampa. So all of that is sort of a long-winded way of saying we probably don't give Luis enough respect because he's not striking out 12 guys a game or anything like that the way he used to. But he is still playing an enormously important role in this team.
Sure is. 866-979-3776. If the Righteous Brothers love song fit for Luis, what is the love song between Naylor and Salk? Oof, that's kind of because this does not play.
No, this is not for Naylor. I'll come up with something.
Play for Naylor. No, I think the audience comes up with these things a lot better than you do.
Oh, really? So you don't think like 9 Inch Nails would be a good start for something like that?
I'm going to trust the audience on this one. I think they'll come through.
Yeah, 509 says, if I recall, Luis was Salk's original love story. I do love me some Luis and have since the beginning because he does remind me of Pedro a little bit. And I think he's kind of figuring out how to age in a way that Pedro didn't. The other Pedro comp we've had at times was Felix. And Texter says Luis is doing the transition that we all hoped Felix would.
That's right.
I think there is something to that. Yeah, and I don't want to make this about Felix is so beloved. My God, did you hear the applause for Felix the other day at the Ichiro thing? I think he got the biggest cheers. What do you Lyle, did Felix get the biggest cheers of anybody during the whole introduction of all the old timers who came back?
Pretty close.
Pretty close, right? If it wasn't the biggest, it was certainly in the conversation. And he seemed pretty touched by that. It's almost like genuinely surprised that on a field with Griffey and Ichiro and Edgar and all those other guys, Randy, that he was viewed by the fans very much the same way. But yeah, I mean, the end for Felix was tough. We all know that. And Luis seems to be figuring some of that out.
You guys ever see Luis run the stairs?
No.
Oh, so to the point about the hard work and the work ethic, I don't want to say every day, but there is a lot of days where way early before games, he is legitimately running up and down the stairs of the sections at T-Mobile Park. That's his conditioning. He does it a lot. He's dedicated to it too. It's cool. You don't see many pitchers do that for their conditioning, but he does a lot of running and he will run those stairs like no other.
Join him sometime, Saul.
Oh, I hate running stairs so much. Stairs are the worst. I mean, I'm not saying they're not effective.
Stairs.
But the pain the next day after doing stairs and coming down the stairs,
so good.
That's a big no, thank you. Anyway, that's a yes, please on Luis, and he's got a pretty big start tonight.
Big one.
Mammoth start for him. Team just dropped 2 out of 3, and he'll be on the hill in New York in Queens against the Mets tonight. We'll be back with everything you need to know next.
He's the best catcher in baseball.
Pitch the cow, swing and a drive.
And he's on Seattle Sports, Thursday afternoons all season long. It's the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show.
Presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians.
More history for Cal Raleigh.
I love being here and I love these fans in the city.
Catch every episode of the Honey Bucket Cal Raleigh Show, presented by the Puyallup Tribe of Indians, on the Seattle Sports YouTube page, the Seattle Sports app, and seattlesports.com.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Saturday night, October 25th. Experience the thrill and excitement of high-energy mixed martial arts. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this amazing professional mixed martial arts event, the World Fighting Championships, October 25th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
We at 3 Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Your time is money. Stop wasting it in I-5 gridlock. Seaport Airlines offers high-frequency commuter shuttle service from Seattle's Boeing Field to Portland. Get there faster without the hassles. Seaport Airlines. It's about time.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The home of the Mariners.
Left off to center. It is on its way. Julio, 2-run home run.
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
I have a handful of stories that really affected me personally in my career and how I handled employees. Lee Johnson, coming out of his office as a customer, asked me where the service department is. And I was like, yeah, go to the end of the hall, go up the stairs, go across the breezeway, open a door, go to the left. You want Chevy, go to the right. You want Mazda? Because I didn't even have enough time to say, hey, what kind of car do you have? Here comes Lee, and it's like, oh, ma'am, come with me. Let me show you. And then have him come back and not dress me down. It's just almost like with that fatherly disappointment of like, hey, that's not how we take care of people. I mean, the right way is to walk her down to the stairs, walk her up the stairs, open the door for her, go over, cross the way, open up that door, introduce her to somebody. So she's comfortable, she's made it to the right place, and that we value the business. What you did was you made it seem like she was an inconvenience to you. Customers are the purpose of our day.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
University Reprographics reminds parents 460,000 children are reported missing in our country every year. Please plan with your kids a safe, visible route to and from activities with at least one friend. Coach your kids to stay alert and be aware of their surroundings, and caution your children to never accept gifts or rides from strangers. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at University Reprographics. Family owned since 1973. Online at universityrepro.com.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Isn't it weird how one team can just have another team's number? And I just feel like we saw it. We've seen it really throughout the baseball season all over the game. But the Orioles, for whatever reason, are just a terrible matchup for these Mariners. I wish I knew enough to tell you why that would be.
Is it all the lefties in their lineup?
I mean, that could be part of it. I don't know. Gunnar Henderson is just like the best player in the world against them. He was awesome. Jackson Holliday had a good series. It just felt like everybody, I feel like maybe that's why I'm so like interested in all of their players. I think Mountcastle's great. He had a really good game yesterday and unfortunately took advantage of some shoddy defense.
Evans ready. His pitch. Runner takes off. Here's the throw to second base. They have him hung up in the rundown. We'll see if they try and score the run. Here's the throw home by Naylor. It's not in time. Mountcastle scores. Johnson was trying to get caught in the rundown. He did. And they sneak a run by.
Yeah, you can't have those things, especially when you're not playing your best, and Dan Wilson knew it.
Obviously, tough result today. Really happy with the way the guys came out after the delay, putting a couple right on the board and being able to load the bases there in the ninth and try to get back in this game. And, that shows the fight that we talk about in these guys. But before the delay, got bit a little bit by the free base bug today, gave up a lot of those and kind of came around back and got us a little bit.
Can't have it.
There is you would never put Pete Carroll and Dan Wilson in the same personality box.
No.
But both of them do a remarkable job of never throwing a player under the bus. I mean, 100 and some games, right? 125, whatever it is now. If you're ever, that's as far as he's going to go. I think Pete went as far as saying he probably doesn't need to be 360 bones. That might have been as far as he ever went.
What did he say? We keep setting the number, and he keeps eating his way back to it.
Yeah, that was about as far as Pete ever went. But think about it, through all this entire, that's as far as it's ever going to go. Yeah, a little too much of the free base bug. And even that isn't calling out Logan or, or Vargas by name. It's pretty strong attribute of Mr. Wilson's, but his team, unfortunately, not as sharp through all these delays, and it kind of stunk the last 2 days with the weather and the delays, and, Baltimore, even out of it, was a little bit sharper than they were, and part of the reason they win that series.
Yeah, they did have a shot late, bases loaded, one out in the ninth, but it just weren't able to do much with it. A couple of ground outs, so they fall 5-3. They roll into New York now, though, with the bullpen fairly rested and a decent chance that Bryce Miller makes the next start. We'll get to that in a moment. Luis Castillo, Shamanaya tonight.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Get a chance to watch a little football tonight, which should be fun. And I'm looking forward to seeing a whole bunch of different guys. But doesn't it just start with Sam Darnold? Really, our first opportunity
you almost
to see
said Cooper Kupp.
I did. I have the sound about him. I was going to get to in a moment. But yeah, I mean, it starts with Sam Darnold, right?
It does. The whole operation does. Go be the point guard. Go facilitate. Go get in and out of the huddle. I felt like we saw a big growth in that over the last couple weeks training camp. Offense winning some of those days. And you saw a little bit last week with Drew Lock and Jalen Milroe. I think you kind of get a sense of what this is going to look like. There's going to be movement. It's going to be play action. The ball is going to be out of his hand, and hopefully they can be efficient. That will probably be the name of the game for the entire Seahawk offense. Just be as efficient as possible tonight.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good. But here is Mike McDonald. I mentioned Cooper Kupp, talking about a guy who can have a big impact on the culture here. Mike Robinson had said, hey, Marshawn had a big impact on the way Pete Carroll's culture was. Who would Mike McDonald point to?
Well, the first guy we've had a chance to bring in was Cooper. Yeah. And that was part of the messaging to him, that this opportunity, not only was it home for him, but it was, if you go back through his career arc, kind of being on the ground floor, but as a younger player in LA, and then, we've all seen the things he's done and what they've done as a team. But now at this point in your career, coming in here, hey, look, we're in the second year of this thing that we're trying to create, and then you're like, hey, go lead the charge, man. Like, and it's the same thing I think is with you, Beast Mode. Like, we want him just to be him. Just come in, be Cooper, let that rub off on everybody else, especially in your receiver room, rest of the offense. Like we talk about being loose and focused. I mean, the attention to detail, but like such a great guy to hang around with, a great personality, great sense of humor, but about his business too. And I think you're kind of seeing that personality flow through the rest of the offense, which is really cool, and the rest of the team.
Man, we've hardly talked about him. And I think it's because there's a expectation and feeling that there's just not a ton of physical gas left in the tank. And I don't know if that's fair. I think that's the assumption that the many make at the national level. I don't think that was necessarily the market, Salk. There were some other teams bidding for Cooper Kupp. And, he got some significant money to come here to Seattle. And he does bring all of those intangibles. He just needs to produce. Right? Because it's really hard in that sport to be a leader and, to make an impact without producing. He's got to produce on the field, too.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I got some updates from Justin Hollander yesterday. Did say that there's a chance we see Bryce Miller before this series or before this road trip ends, if not soon when they get back. I would think he ends up pitching in Philadelphia and taking the next slot for Logan Evans. We'll see. We'll find out. I think
that's why they kind of reslotted the whole thing to begin with.
Just meaning the next one is supposed to be the one after that.
Yes.
He also gave an update on Luke Raley.
Yeah, I think we could see Luke this weekend in New York. Want to check on, see how he felt last night. He's played, he had 2 games, then a game off, then 2 more. I believe he played first last night, which was the box he needed to check as well. So I think you could see him this weekend in New York.
Good. I'm ready to see some Luke Raley back on the lineup, or at least on the roster. Aren't you ready to see Luke and some of the things he brings to some of the options he gives Dan with his flexibility and some of the multi-talented, power and running ability, pinch bunting. I mean, everything that he can do. Yeah. So there you go. That is everything you need to know.
Almost. There was some maybe rumblings that the Husky football team would be national champions this morning, Salk. I don't know if you saw any of that.
The Husky football team would be national champions?
That the 2023 Huskies this morning could be national champions. You didn't see any of that?
I guess I didn't.
Is that because the NCAA ruled on Michigan with all of their scandal and cheating and signal stealing and everything else that went down that maybe they thought they would throw out the national championship and just give it to Washington.
Are they going to do that?
Did not happen.
It's too bad.
About $20 million in fines. Jim Harbaugh, with a 12-year show cause, so he'll never again coach college football. I don't think he minds that.
I think he's fine.
And some more suspensions for the head coach. Going to miss another game or 2, but nope. Michigan's going to retain that 2023 national.
There were some suggestions for the Josh Naylor love song. I heard because he doesn't speak a lot more than words by Extreme, which is pretty funny. That I think came from our buddy Matt in Beaverton. 925 saying for Salk's man crush on Naylor, I think Josh would pick this one. Don't go away, Matt. Just go away. I mean, that's pretty funny.
It's pretty good. The beauty is you have every song ever imagined possibly.
We don't have more than words.
Somewhere in your ranked.
Yeah, we don't have more than words. I don't know how we managed to.
What?
Yeah.
You never ranked words?
Maybe we did, but more than words didn't make it. I don't know. I mean, maybe we did it on a day that it went into a different folder.
Oh, interesting.
It's very surprising that more than words isn't in there. I'm looking, and
Has Maura not been able to dump the ranked song databases?
No.
Like our old intern, what was his name?
Nat.
Nat?
Nat. I forget. It was either Nate or Nat. Tall guy.
I would never do that because I know that Salk's going to make me play half those random songs at certain points throughout this show.
She'd have to roll them back in. All right. Well, more suggestions if you want them. 866-979-3776. G. Scott's going to pop in next. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
Lyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
I was always a guy that, if I could get an interception, man.
How many did you have in your career?
3.
How many should you have had? If you, as you put it, if you didn't have frying pan hands.
Yeah, I would say probably double that. When I was in high school, I played in a state championship game. I had 2 interceptions in one game, and I was like, that was my favorite game. I just
loved that.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton. Afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Oh, man, I got a chance to go out and see the new hotel, the Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. It is phenomenal. I was just telling a buddy of mine yesterday what a great job they've done. And he works in the food industry and was like, oh, yeah, they're one of our clients and they do everything right. I'm not surprised to hear him say that because if you see what they've done now with the hotel, they did everything right. The pool is fantastic. It's got this like indoor-outdoor thing so you can use it when the weather's not great, but it's got a patio with a hot tub and this unbelievable view. The new sports bar restaurant is gigantic and really, really nice, and the food was fantastic. The spa, I could go on and on. It's really nice. Go to snocasino.com to book a hotel night. Seattle's closest. It's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
And now, Tales of Another Way. You've got your same old playlist, but another song about a breakup is just a downer. 2 minutes in your music app, and now you're groovin', man. Sometimes another way is the better way, like the new SR 509 Expressway, the alternate route that'll help manage congestion on I-5 and other local roads. Tolling begins soon, and you can save $2 per toll with a Good-to-Go pass. Get a free sticker pass at goodtogo509.com.
Hey, college students, Safeway is giving you 5% off. That's right, junior colleges, tech schools, universities. Just verify your student ID in the app, unlock exclusive deals, and shop on the app or in person. Better yet, subscribe to Fresh Pass to get free delivery and other special offers. Remember, if you use EBT, Fresh Pass is 50% off and you get savings on fresh produce. For all the details, visit Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FOR in the letter U.
Jaden Schwartz for Techline Roofing. Summer is the perfect time for a new roof. Take advantage of our easy financing, summer specials, and the best warranty in the business. Have a great summer. See you next hockey season. Trust Techline.
The summer sales event is happening now at West Hills Ford. Get the 2025 Ford Ranger XL STZ Super Crew 4-wheel drive. Qualified buyers can lease one now for $324 per month for 36 months with $35.99 due at signing. West Hills Ford, part of the Hazelwood Auto Group.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
The Mariners are giving you more baseball for your buck. With Mariners Value Games, score seats for as little as $11 on select dates all season long. Plus, check out the expanded Mariners Value menu and beers available every game. Enjoy ballpark classics like hot dogs and nachos for less than $5 and a great selection of brews starting at just $5. Go to mariners.com/value to grab your tickets and check out the full slate of value options at T-Mobile Park.
The home of the Mariners.
One hopper snared at short. Not a quick hop by J.P. Crawford. That guy's a magician over there at shortstop.
Seattle Sports.
Download the Seattle Sports app.
Dave Wyman joined by Dr. Daniel Landis from Swedish Cyberknife. Dr. Landis, when treating prostate cancer, what can patients expect during Cyberknife treatment?
So the Cyberknife treatment's an outpatient procedure. Essentially, it's a 5-day treatment, about 30 minutes per day. You walk in, you walk out, you essentially don't feel anything at all during treatment. Many patients still work full-time while they're having treatment.
That's incredible. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate.
You gotta love baseball season. But when it comes to your windows, you don't want any curveballs. Rick Riz here, reminding you to trust your clubhouse with locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Experience the difference with high-quality products, expert installation, and top-notch customer service. It's always a home run with Pella. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Just go to PellaPNW.com. That's PellaPNW.com.
Mr. K's Construction reminds parents 460,000 children are reported missing in our country every year. Please plan with your kids a safe, visible route to and from activities with at least one friend. Coach your kids to stay alert and be aware of their surroundings, and caution your children to never accept gifts or rides from strangers. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Mr. K's Construction, committed to making your home and our community beautiful since 1977.
Our bats are back, and the ballpark is rocking like 2001. Hey, it's Dr. Ryan Stern of the Stern Sinus Center. Ryanair is a simple, non-invasive procedure that significantly reduces your postnasal drip and stuffiness. We're proud this year the Stern Sinus Center was just named a nationwide center of excellence. We offer a solution that will save you time, money, and frustration. Schedule your appointment in Auburn or Federal Way, or go to sternsinus.com. That's sternsinus.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Maura trying to tell me that Extreme is a one-hit wonder. Stop.
Man, I love it.
Maura, come on.
Gee, do you know another song from that band, More Than Words?
Well, the band is Extreme.
Or that did the song More Than Words. Do you know any of their other music?
You don't know Get the Funk Out? If you don't like what you see here, Get the Funk Out.
Salk, we don't need to do that.
Well, that's what it's called. That's the name of the darn song. I can't help that. Wholehearted and Mother Don't Want to Go to School Today.
They're not a multi-hit wonder if you're the only one that knows the other song.
I don't think I'm the only one. Me surrounded by four people don't know anything about music. That's a different problem.
I mean, does G know the song? That even the
Sing it, Brock. Sing it.
More than words.
Sing it, Brock.
You know More Than Words, right, G?
Sing it.
Hold on, where did more? Oh, you put it in Brock and Salk, not in the Mike Salk show. Here, I can play it a little for you.
First of all, Brock, you look clean today, my boy. Oh, I love this. Love this.
Everybody loves this song.
I thought this is not Clapton.
No, that's Tears in Heaven.
Oh, hey.
Yeah. You're confusing it with Tears in Heaven.
Hey, Tears in Heaven.
There's a similarity. That was after his kid fell out of the window.
I want everybody listening right now, I want you all to know something behind the scenes. Mike Salk knows a little in other things, but when it comes to music, there's nobody that can beat him. Nobody can meet him. Trivia? Music? No. Cross genres? Nah. Salk's a...
Cross genres, maybe.
What did you do your whole life? We just sitting in your room just listening to music, bro?
A lot of the time, yeah. You know what I would do? I mean, I played sports and I watched a lot of sports because obviously, you know, I have at least a little bit of knowledge about sports. Denzel doesn't agree, but that's fine.
Yeah, opinionaires.
But yeah, I would spend a lot of time in my room with my stereo, listening to music, and mostly on cassette, and reading the liner notes and reading the lyrics, and I was obsessed with it.
You didn't have no girlfriend, did you, bro?
No, heck no. I was ugly. Very ugly.
I knew it, man.
Very, very ugly.
You know what I'm saying? Hey, Mike Salk didn't have no girlfriend. I'm
very
like, man, how
ugly.
do you know all this stuff,
I would
bro?
spend all my time listening to music, and I spent a lot of time thinking about it, reading it, listening to it.
You couldn't tell from his answer of whether he'd want to be more attractive now or in high school?
Yeah. It's surprising that all the girls I asked to go with me to the record store, the used tape stores, hey, you want to go to, Coconuts? No, not really. You want to go to Sam Goody? No? Okay. What about Newbury Comics for a wicked good time? Yeah, no.
Would you consider yourself, were you a nerd growing up?
No, I don't think so. Okay. No, I don't think I would consider that. No, I don't think so.
I don't think, and that's not fair to say you were ugly. Don't say that about you.
Have you ever seen the pictures with the mullet? The big cheeks, the big nose, and the mullet? I don't know. Pretty ugly. Now, that was middle school. That went away by high school. But, yeah, no, that was...
Gee, there's only two other people that I would put in that list, like if you were to do a Jeopardy. And it was all music, right? Yeah. So different genres, different lyrics, different band members. There's only... I think the three-person Jeopardy trivia music that would be very competitive would be one Mike Salk, one Thomas Wassel,
Wassel knows
one
a ton.
Jason Benetti, who knows just about every lyric to every song ever made.
Maura, I'll have you know, we have two other Extreme songs in the system. We have Wholehearted.
Never heard this.
Well, that's your fault. And then we do have Mother Don't Want to Go to School Today.
Nope.
No, never heard that one either.
But you guys don't know anything about music. fine. The fact that you don't know it doesn't mean anything.
We knew the other song, so they were
Well, that
one
song
hit
was
wonder.
a pop hit.
It was big
a
enough
crossover.
that everyone knew it.
But that
means
was
it's a hit.
that was a crossover. These were big rock music hits. And if you like rock music, you know those other songs
G, you
by
a music
Extreme.
guy at all? G, were you ever into?
Yeah.
into
So
the music scene?
I was blessed, man. I went to military school for 7 years. And obviously, I lived in the barracks with other people from other parts of the world and the country and everything. And so even you all playing this music reminded me on what we do. We go to different people's rooms and hang out. Like, it was really cool to hang out with this person's room and listen to their music and have some of their snacks. Actually, the most important thing was the snacks. But, you know what I mean? Like, oh, your mama sent the care package? Ooh, we go to so-and-so's room. And so we go there, we have all the cookies and stuff. And then, So this is a true story. You guys have heard of the Minister Farrakhan before, right? Well, you know, I went to school with his youngest son, Abner. As a matter of fact, he was at the first preseason Seahawks game. I had him at the game. Anyways,
the son or the
son? Yeah, the son. And we would all be sometimes in his room, in Abner's room, and so it'd be a lot of white people would come in the rooms and they would try to understand what his father was talking about. And we'd have these big powwow conversations, but it was the coolest thing in the world, man, because you have a lot of people learning things. So anyway, back to your music thing. Look, man, Red Hot Chili Peppers, come on, man. Give it away now. You know what I'm saying? I do that. Then you do this with Garba. You know what I'm saying? I got friends in low places where the whiskey drowns and the beer chases my blues away.
That's more than I know. That's
and
for
I'll
sure.
be okay. So that's what I'm saying. So I mean, you go to different rooms. My man Billy Anderson, he loved country.
Did you go to any? Did you
It's
go
a
to any
miracle.
rooms?
I even know this one.
Yeah.
This
Gee,
is such hot garbage.
Gee, in all those barracks at that military school, you ever go in a room with someone like Salk?
Yes.
No, there were socks.
Let me tell you what
There were
socks were.
socks?
Let me tell you what the socks were. Now, them folks right here, all of the socks that I lived with in the barracks, they all rich today. Let me tell you what they did. They played Dungeons and Dragons. So that was the crew that be up between 12 and 4 in the morning. You feel me? And they played Dungeons and Dragons.
Rolling dice.
And they weren't just rolling dice. And they was rolling up some other stuff. and it was crazy. Like all the richest people at and by the way, I went to school with some very rich people. The richest people at my military school, they had all the, you know what? The poor people didn't have none of that.
No.
The rich people are the ones. So it's like, wait, who's getting arrested for this stuff and who has the stuff? You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
Well, the rich people also have the ability to, get out of it when it's all said and done because they got the access to the lawyers.
Did you play Dungeons and Dragons?
When I was very young.
I told you.
But not.
I told you.
I mean, only in elementary school, I would say.
Hey, look here. I don't mess with them.
Pretty fun.
Them dudes play that game, man, and I came in there.
Elementary school's kind of fun.
And it was always landing on some. I'm like, oh.
But you did that in high school?
Yeah.
I wasn't playing any Dungeons and Dragons in high school, that's for sure.
But again,
elementary school is
that
kind of
was
fun.
the beauty of me going to school with all different walks of life.
That's why you're so easy to get along with.
Yes.
Somebody said, did Farrakhan's son try any black and white cookies? Hey, actually, yes. I still tease him to this day about that.
That's pretty funny.
He used to have to, on a basketball court, when we go travel, obviously we play, you guys know I went to school in the state of Indiana. He would go by Chris Cole when we go to other schools to play. He wouldn't go by Abner Farrakhan. He would go by Chris Cole because...
They also asked if he tried any knishes, though. Did he try any knishes? Did you have any knishes?
What's some knishes, bro?
A knish it's like a potato.
Oh yeah.
Surrounding
with like cheese.
stuff inside.
Yeah, I've had that. Yeah. I thought it was knish.
Knish.
Knish?
Yeah, potato knish.
That's another thing too. You are smart. Do you get good grades?
Well, I'm just Jewish, so I know what a knish is. That's all.
I can't say that.
But yes, I got.
Why does it always come down to race and culture on this show?
It's a Jewish dish. I don't know what to tell you. That's what it is. That's why I know it.
Brock, do you establish this culture on the show where we just talk about race and culture?
Sure, all the delegations.
Well, so let me ask you this. So let's play the Denzel. Have you heard the Denzel? Have you heard? Here's about a minute of Denzel.
Okay.
Dude, I got to tell you, this kind of ticked me off. This kind of got me a little bit yesterday because I think, Brock, just like you were complaining about, what were you saying earlier? That Shedeur was being...
narcissistic?
No. That he's trying to have it both ways. What did you say? He was being hypocritical. I think Denzel's being very hypocritical here.
You know, that's what I call them opinionaires. They're all the shows, a bunch of guys, a couple of them that have played, but most of them who have an opinion about what something should be when they haven't done it. Those who can't talk about those who can. Those who have know what they're talking about. Those who haven't don't. Period. Too much talking. Too much talking. Everybody got an opinion. Somebody's sitting around getting fat, you know, thinking they know how to do it. Just because you can sit behind a desk and chit-chat doesn't mean you can do a damn thing.
Those are bars.
Come get up here with me. Let's find out. Come get in the gym with me. Let's find out. I mean, I don't know you.
We saw you.
But, you know, I can throw my hands. I can do all. I can sure do it.
I can Rolls Royce.
I can do it for real. I don't talk about it.
Well, let me leave you on
some
this.
Skinny kid, you know, who never played a day in his life, and now he can get back at everybody because he got a mic in his face. Show. People need to shut up. People need to shut up. Learn how to do something. Be actually good at something. Try that.
Yeah, and it's funny, too, because I've always felt like Denzel is a great football coach because he played one in Remember the Titans. And I've always felt like he would be and is a great cop, which is the only reason I took him seriously in Ricochet. Like, obviously, the fact that he's done all of those things is why he's so good at acting them, right? What a bunch of hooey that is. Coming from him, that is rich. That is really rich. It's one thing when the athletes say that, but like in that same interview, Denzel's taking shots at Jerry Jones and has opinions on him. Dude, we all have opinions. That's what makes radio fun, whether you play it or not. And Bill Belichick didn't play football, but he's turned out to be a pretty decent football coach. It turns out that studying something your whole life, like Bill Belichick did, can be just as valuable. And by the way, that's what's made Denzel one of the great actors. He studies this stuff and then goes out and does it. The fact that he then doesn't recognize that, I think, is sad.
What did you think about it, Brock?
I think he would say, hey, Salk, that's acting. That's my job. That's what I do.
Right. And giving opinions is other people's jobs.
I guess. Yeah. But I think he would say those are two different kind of faculties, right?
I'm sure he would, because he's trying to make himself look like he does something that's totally different, but it's not. He's good at acting because he studied it and he works hard at it, and he does a tremendous amount of research before he does his roles, I'm sure. And not all, but most of the people who give opinions for a living study it and spend time in locker rooms and clubhouses and talking to people and doing research, and then eventually we come out on the radio and spew our garbage. Yes. But just like Denzel doesn't show up on a movie set one day, oh, who am I playing? Okay, I'm ready to go. I'm the coach. Okay, I'm ready. Most of the people who do this for a living and do it well don't show up without doing any research either.
I think he's firing back at the people that don't do it well. That just, are
well, he's lumping a whole lot of people into that category then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think we do know enough people that don't do the work, that just do kind of show up. Right. And then I think we also know those that do the work, and they're pretty darn good at what they do. So I think there's kind of a spectrum there. And I don't know. Maybe I'm not
I didn't get the sense that's what he was saying at all, to be honest with you. To me, it was if you didn't play the game, you don't get to talk about it, which I think is incredibly stupid.
Well, since I only got a little bit of time on the show, I'll give you guys a different angle of Denzel. You see, one of the things I learned about black men when they get older and when they get old, they say what the hell they want to say. Hey, let me tell y'all something. When when a black man gets in his 60s plus, you feel me?
Wasn't this essentially a Chris Rock bit? You know that Chris Rock bit?
No.
Oh, it's the whole thing about how older black dads are essentially the most racist people ever, and he goes on and on about it.
Oh, man,
because they'll say whatever they want.
They say whatever they want. They didn't, they didn't got through colonoscopies, prostates, you know what I'm saying, checked and everything like that. You know what I'm saying? They go to the doctor, did the prostate, you get that thing checked. Hey, when you get to that level in your life, when you go to the doctors getting that thing checked, you come in, you say what the hell you want to say. Denzel and everybody else, they just get to the point in life they just say it. They tired of the filters. You see, a lot of us we get in corporate America, right? We get in corporate America, we got to stay in our lane. We got to say yes, sir, and no, sir. We got to do those things. Finally, when you got enough money, I'm going to tell you something. I'm
about 2 to 3 years away from saying what the hell I want to say.
Oh, wow.
You don't think there's some things that I want to say around this month?
No, I thought.
You crazy?
You're telling me you're not speaking your mind now?
No, you got to play the game, baby. There's somebody right now. If you at your job right now, you know dang on well there's something you want to say to your boss, but you can't because you know every other Friday you need that check.
Yeah.
You feel me? When you get
Denzel
to that,
doesn't need that check.
When you don't need that check, you say what you want to say. So again, you're gonna get the Mike Salks of the world getting upset. Right? And it don't matter about the facts because what Denzel just did, he just put on a master class of doing what? Giving an opinion.
Right. Of course he did, which is, of course, the irony of the whole thing. 805. Denzel's never served in Congress, but he's not shy about his political opinions. Exactly right. Sorry, buddy. That's the kind of the way the world works these days. Nobody knows crap about anything, but everyone's perfectly happy to spew their opinion. At least some of the people in radio spend the time doing some research first.
And they go to YouTube. To learn anything you want.
Right, Lyle?
Yes.
That's where all the good stuff is.
Let me be the first to tell you, you can go from car washing to radio in a matter of seconds, my boy. Hey, somebody said to me, gee, why don't you go wash a car? I said, baby, we 11 years later. Come on, man. We having fun around here.
So one of your favorite things to do is to tell everybody how you were right and you called it, right?
On what?
Whatever it is. I think that's part of your gig.
I said, hey, as Big Cal says, I said it best. Go ahead.
Hey, G, did you and Clayton ever compete about that when you guys were doing the show together? Was there any ever healthy competition?
Hey, man.
I said it best.
Hey, let me tell you. Hey, first of all, may my man JC rest in peace. Love that dude. You know what I'm saying? That was my guy. Hey, man, so let me pull y'all behind the scenes. Sometimes we'll be talking, hey, G, so what are you hearing? What are you hearing? I'm like, okay, what do you So I give him that information.
But also, too.
Hey, JC, yeah, also, too. Well, G, why are you talking? Just so you know, I just worked 24 hours. So I'll be like, JC, so yeah, look, this happened, and this happened, and this happened, and this and that. Okay, cool, all right, cool. Then we get on the air in front of everybody, right? We get on the air, and all like, well, G, let me tell you. So I was talking to so-and-so, and he said, I'm like, well, wait a minute, John.
He'd steal your stuff?
Yes! JC, I just told you that, my boy! What are you talking about? And then he would argue with me on the stuff that I told him.
That is hilarious. That is so funny. Anyway, since that is one of your favorite pastimes, is to tell everybody how right you were.
Yeah.
What will you be right about when we come in on Monday to talk about this second preseason game?
K9, Kenneth Walker III. That boy shifts gears, just like Rocky IV did when Adrian told him that you can't win. And he got in the car, and he was in the car, and he was shifting gears. That's K9 out there. Let me tell y'all something about
What
K9.
song was being played? What song was being played during that?
There's no easy way out.
There's no shortcut home. There's no easy. Yeah, all right.
Okay, anyway, so let me tell y'all something about K9. That's something the folks ain't telling y'all. When the next time y'all see Kenneth Walker III, that young man, and be careful, anytime somebody young shaves their head and they don't have to, that dude different. K9 shaves his head, y'all. Young dude, 25 years old, shaving his head.
Why is Brock saying that Charbonnet is going to be the week 1 starter?
Yep.
What?
That's what Brock said. He made a proclamation.
You proclamation this week. No, I'm just reading the room, G. I'm listening to Clint. I'm listening to McDonald's. I'm looking at year 2 of this culture and standard. Who's been brought in? Who's been shipped out? I think old Charbonnet is going to start week number 1 versus San Fran. Unless your guy, Mr. K9, shifts that Lambo into some gears consistently that we've not seen for even this camp.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I love Charbonnet. No doubt about it. But K9, listen, just recently, one of Salk's kids got invited to the barbecue. It's one thing to go to the cookout, Charbonnet. It's another thing to go to the barbecue. Not many people have been to the barbecue. Even Mike Salk ain't never been invited to the barbecue. His kids got invited to the barbecue first.
Sure.
And the difference between a cookout and a barbecue is the cookout got a whole lot of propane. And the barbecue don't have no propane. They just got some dude with a Bluetooth in their ear, with sandals on and black socks up to the knees. That's what the barbecue got. That's who's cooking.
Are you putting the emphasis on the second syllable of propane?
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 Propane.
Propane.
Propane?
Propane? You're like Rick with Suarez. It's propane.
You got to make it sound good.
No, you don't.
Propane?
I think you're already supposed to make it sound bad. Aren't you complaining about it? All right, so G's going to be talking tomorrow or Monday about how he was right about Kenneth Walker. Anybody else we should be paying attention to right now since you were calling it ahead of time?
Since I said it best?
Since you said it best.
Here we go.
Well, as I said it best.
Here we go. I said before the season, and Brock and Brian Walters, B-Walt, they made fun of me.
Mm-hmm.
I tried to tell people that Elijah Royal would go viral.
Total package, huh?
Man, total package. You know what I'm saying? When I tell you this dude didn't go viral, this dude can play.
Oh.
Number 18, he got hands. Big hands.
What is wrong with you? You're by the way doing a great job on Brock and Salk Bingo. Have you seen this that we had texted into us, Brock and Salk Bingo? We've hit a couple of these, I think, already today. Brock, one of them was the laughing cough, and you just got a laughing cough. Another was a G. Scott analogy. Well, we got one of those. We're only about an hour away from saying I love calls and then trashing the callers. And later today, I'll be on the home course, which is another thing we've gotten on here, too.
Man, look.
But have you seen Ken Walker more? We're talking about him. Could you please give your line?
Have you seen Ken Walker?
There you go. So yeah, we've got a lot of the Brock and Salk Bingo hits.
What's
today.
up, man? What's up?
G,
Yeah.
do you like, I kind of like, you brought up K9's haircut. I kind of like old Murphy cutting his hair, too.
Hey.
You're looking like a little Aaron Donald.
Whenever, I'm going to tell you something. When somebody cut their dreads, JSN cut his dreads. That happened this year. Byron Murphy cut his dreads. When folks cut their dreads, they different. They want to do something different. Relationship status might have changed. They trying to get a new boo or get back with the old boo.
Mm-hmm.
There's something going on in their life. They don't just wake up in the morning and be like, I'm just going to cut my dreads. When they cut their dreads, it's going to be something serious.
Because they've spent some time on that, right?
You know what I mean?
That's a lot of commitment that has gone into.
Before I go, I know you're kicking me out. I just want to say, man, I'm not just saying this. This is the best sports show in the world. No easy way out. There's no shortcut home.
Shift that Lambo. Shift that Lambo.
Do you get this kind of content on the reset over there?
Hell no.
G. Scott's reset.
Y'all come on the reset.
Have you never invited us?
Y'all gonna come on the reset.
Have you ever invited us to be in the reset?
The reset with G. Scott on YouTube right now. Just
Never been
dropped a new
invited.
episode.
Never been invited to that barbecue.
Would y'all come?
Never been invited to the barbecue.
So you're too much propane.
Not enough. There's not enough propane at that
Listen,
barbecue
I ain't
for
never
me.
had.
There's not enough propane.
I haven't had two of y'all delegations on at the same time.
Oh, and that would probably be dangerous. Goodbye, G.
See you.
G and Ursula starts in about 10 minutes over on our sister station, 97.3 Cairo News Radio. And then check out the reset on YouTube and everywhere else to find the reset with G. It looks really good, seriously, despite G being in it.
I really love how you say to G before every segment, what do you want to talk about?
I had nothing more. Didn't I tell you? I have nothing. I should show people
but
the
I
notes.
wasn't worried. I knew this
wasn't
is how
worried
it would
either.
go.
Here are my notes for G. Scott, if you can see. It just says G. Scott. There's nothing under it. I had no notes for today. I didn't do any research
the
at
text
all.
line loves it. When we do have notes, when Brock sends
Denzel
us down,
says.
we never get to it anyways.
Just like Denzel, I didn't do any research, and I just started spouting off with G. Scott. We'll be back, Brock, with the number 16 most intriguing Seahawk. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Josh Naylor in his last 7, 348, 423, 3 home runs.
The big grumper, because he looks grumpy. I love
Good
it.
one.
But here's a story. My buddy took his grandkids to the ball game. It's crazy. I'm kicking it with guys who have grandkids, right? That's how old I'm getting. He took his jersey off and gave it to the kid who was about 5 or 6 years old. So the big grumper has a soft side as well.
Yeah.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
At Toyota of Kirkland, it's all about making the smart play. More savings and taking the tailgate wherever you go with the all-hybrid Camry leasing at $299 a month for 36 months with $32.39 due at signing. And the Prius, the electric ride, leasing at $299 a month for 36 months with $29.99 due at signing. Their incredible team at Toyota of Kirkland will set you up with a test drive so you can head to the ballpark in that new car the same day. Score yours today by visiting Toyota of Kirkland or online at toyotaofkirkland.com and take the tailgate wherever you go. Offers valid through September 2nd, 2025. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee. Models 2559 and 1263.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household. You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Hi, I'm Justin Shirley. We offer 0 down, 0 interest, and 0 payments for 24 months on new roofs. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF now. State Roofing and Exteriors. Held to a higher standard since 1968.
Hey, it's Brock Ewart here, and you got to take the First Mark Insurance Challenge. It could save you a lot of money and get your family better coverage. First Mark has saved my family thousands of dollars every year. Take the First Mark Challenge. It's totally free. Just simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com.
Throw down to second base, tagged by JP on the money, and he is out.
Home. Home is your domain, where you know every inch like the back of your hand.
Julio racing back out of the warning track, but he makes the catch, and he flashes to the no-fly zone.
A place that brings out your protective side, and a place you'll always stand up for.
Going, it will fly away.
Because what's inside is the most valuable thing in the world. Your family. Mariners baseball at T-Mobile Park. Welcome home.
The Mariners have a great slate of marquee interleague matchups down the home stretch. The Padres August 25th to 27th, Cardinals September 8th to 10th, and Dodgers September 26th to 28th. Plus, during all 3 games of the Cardinals series, the first 10,000 fans will score a Logan Gilbert Funko Pop. Get your tickets at Mariners.com.
If you want that summer body you've always dreamed of, then this message is for you, ladies, and you men too. Get rid of extra stubborn fat and address areas of loose skin around the waistline, chin, and under the upper arms with ProSculpt, the new one-day instant permanent fat removal and skin tightening treatment. Maybe you've tried the lasers, fat freezing methods, even those new pills, but without the desired results. ProSculpt is different. It's minimally invasive, performed while fully awake, gentle, yet powerful. Designed to target the waistline, chin, neck, arms, and thighs, ProSculpt uses FDA-cleared plasma technology to deliver immediate, permanent fat-reducing and skin-tightening results, all in just one visit. If you want that summer body this summer, then you must act now. Go to ProSculpt.com today to schedule your free consultation. Get $250 off. For instant, permanent fat reduction and skin tightening, visit ProSculpt.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewart and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just
my Ewert, not exactly Joe Cat there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Oh, man, I am exhausted after just 25 minutes with G. Scott. Imagine being married to G, how tiring that would be. I know people think it would be hard to be married to me. G's exhausting. He really is. I love the man. He's exhausting. We'll take some phone calls.
Do you think you can only have arguments with him through analogies?
The bigger question, I think, is it possible to have a conversation with him that isn't an argument? Have you ever had a conversation with G that's not an argument? I know, again, people accuse me of being argumentative. G's the most argumentative person I know. I don't know anyone more argumentative than him. Do you?
Yeah, but every now and then he'll be like, that's a great point. I agree. And then you feel really accomplished.
That's true. Yeah. But you have to kind of bring it to him first. It can't be something like he's like, you've got to really, really wow him.
Great Marvin Demofism, which is make it their idea. And when you make it G's idea, yeah.
Because he said it best, as you know. All right. Open phone lines in 30 minutes. Should be fun here at the end of the week. I love doing this. And kind of curious where all the Mariner fans are at right now, what the Seahawks fans are looking forward to tonight. So we'll open up the lines at 9:30, 866-979-3776. Took you guys a little bit to get going last week, so hopefully you can start thinking about what you want to say now so that we can just get going at 9:30. I will mention one more time here, Mariners Seahawks both playing tonight. So if you want to listen to the Mariner game against the Mets, you can hear it in its entirety on AM 770. But if you want to listen to the Seahawks game, that'll be here on 710. But both games will be on the app, Seattle Sports app. So go there. That's the easiest way to do this. Then you can just pick and choose, do whatever you want. It's all on the Seattle Sports app. If you haven't downloaded it, you're shameful. But please, just get that done now so that you can listen to it later tonight, whatever you want. Brock, we've been going through this. You missed yesterday, number 17, because it was at 6:45. Number 17 on the most intriguing Seahawks list was Boye Mafe, which leads us to
number 16.
That's 16, not 60. Sounds almost like 60 there, doesn't it? He's number 16. He's the 16th most intriguing Seahawk, but in many ways, Brock, kind of the forgotten Seahawk. Because he hasn't been around training camp really at all, at least on the field. And we haven't talked all that much about it, which is funny considering how important he is. Number 16 is left tackle Charles Cross. If this team's going to be good this year, I know we can talk about Sam Darnold a lot, and I will. But they need a healthy Charles Cross. Like, he's what makes this line even have a semblance of legitimacy, right? You take him out of the lineup, which has happened very infrequently over the last few years, and it is not the same group. They need Charles Cross.
He may be number 16 on your intrigue list, but he is in your top 5 of most irreplaceable.
100%. If we're doing most irreplaceable, he might be number 1. I mean, I have to think through that. I don't want to just say that off the cuff, but there's a decent chance he's the most irreplaceable person on this team. I'm trying to think about, I mean, Ernest Jones going to be on that list just because of the lack of depth at linebacker.
Leonard Williams going to be on that list.
Yeah, although, he is,
Sam
of course
Darnold.
he is.
Sam Darnold's going to be on that list.
I don't know. I don't know if there's Sam Darnold's on that list yet. We're going to have to wait and see. But yeah, there's no doubt Charles Cross is. And the whole, dislocated finger surgery timing thing was a little weird.
Charles had a dislocated finger, long and short of it. But we felt like it was a good opportunity to just fix it so we didn't have to worry about it once it heals. So we're looking at a couple few weeks here, expecting to be back before the San Francisco game, sometime between, the Green Bay game and the first week. So we felt like this is a good opportunity to get him right.
I hope so, and I really hope that works out because I don't want to see what that San Francisco game looks like without him. And he's also in the midst of this contract conversation where it doesn't need to get done right now, but I think there was certainly a hope that it would get done before this season starts. He was asked about whether he would like to have it done.
I want to be in Seattle as long as I want to be in Seattle for my career. That's something I always thought of and wanted for myself. Hopefully we can get something done and it'll go that way.
You think they're going to get it done before the season starts?
I think so. The theme that I continue to hear, Salk, is bet on themselves. I think in my era, that deal would have been done. I think 10 years ago, that deal would have been done. I think there's more players more willing to just kind of bet on themselves, whether that's through some past NIL coin, whether that's through, hey, the longer I wait, I'm just watching it. The next man up, the next man up, the next man up, and yeah, the longer I wait, the more that cap's going to grow, the bigger that number is going to get. Not going to lock in now, and there's I think a few Seahawks that are playing that. Bet on myself.
So you don't think it gets done before the season? That would be the point. If you think he's betting on himself, then you don't think it's getting done.
Yeah, and I don't think the Seahawks have to be in an enormous rush either because they have him this year and next year. And you know the way that this goes with the agent. Like, here's the deal.
Well, this
here's
year,
what
next
he's
year,
making
and
this
then,
year.
and then
here's what he's making next year. So we can average this out. We can put some more millions on it. But this is how we've always done business.
Well, plus then they can franchise him if they want to. He might not be going anywhere for quite some time. Right. But, yeah, I still am hopeful that it gets done just so he's happy and content and able to concentrate. And he's just so important. And he's now sort of like, the big veteran presence there. Gray Zabel talked about his importance when he first got there.
Can't even put into words how much, a guy like Charles Cross has helped me so far. He seems like a big brother to me, kind of guide me through the ranks and what to expect and kind of tips and tricks and all that stuff. So, and it goes all the way across the board from Olu, Jalen. So I'm pretty fortunate to be in the offensive line room that I am in.
So I don't think it's coincidence that the Seahawks have won for most of the 2000s. Been largely winners. A little bit of a dip there at the end of Holmgren and Mora didn't work. And obviously 7-9 before Russ came to town. But I don't think it's coincidence. You've had some pretty good quarterback play for a couple decades, and you've had some pretty darn good tackle play, left tackle play. From Walter Jones to Russell Okung to Charles Cross. A lot of organizations.
You're missing one in there, too. Dwayne Brown.
That's right. It was a little more just because he wasn't, kind of homegrown like the others.
No, but I think you got to put him on that list.
He was super solid, absolutely.
During the time they didn't have him yet, it was pretty rough.
Yeah, Bad Wattel was rough.
Like you got to have him. You got to put him on the list.
I will.
Yeah.
I'll put him in. But the other three are all kind of homegrown and sustainable and long term, and I think that's been a benefit. And having Charles here for the next 4 or 5 years with his athleticism and his play would be very, very nice.
Well, there you go. Number 16 in the most intriguing list is Charles Cross. What do you think of the list so far? How's it been going?
Yeah, I think you've done a wonderful job of including just about everybody you possibly could.
Stop it.
2 linebackers.
Would it be a Salk list without that?
When are we getting to the 3 receivers?
No, there's no more of that. There's no more of that.
Are you sure?
Look, in the past, if I have to take people behind the scenes, I will. In the past, it was the 25 most intriguing Seahawks.
Yes.
This year was 20, and the reason was because I was out the beginning of the week last week, or the week before that, I guess. So I needed to make sure that we had enough time to get to them all. So 20 sort of turned into 22. That's all. 20 turned into like 22. That's all. So thank you.
Just glad there's no long snapper on
There's
this
no
list.
long snapper this
that's
year.
Really good.
Wasn't he on the? Well, he was number 25 one year, right? The new long snapper.
Wasn't he ahead of Drew Lock?
Yeah, he still would be. I'll tell you who's not on this list. Drew Lock. Not intriguing. We'll be right back with everything you need to know next.
Wyman and Bob, afternoons 2 to 7.
Josh Naylor's hit the ground running. The defense has been something I did not even think about. If it's possible, I would be knocking on the door, calling the phone, sending the emails with his agent. And I think if they are able to go on a deep run in the postseason, that could go a long way into selling Seattle to him if it needs to be sold.
Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton, afternoons 2 to 7 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
Now, this is a good time of year talking sports, talking about the football team, baseball team, all of it. We're around the coaches and managers and the players. And look, they're all focused. They're on a mission. They know what they want. It's right in front of them. They're in go mode. It's very inspiring to all of us here in our region. Isn't it one of the reasons we watch sports? To see what someone's capable of. Well, what are you capable of at home? What if you had a plan to help you and all you had to do was commit to it? It's kind of where Eastside Weight Loss Clinic comes in. They've helped over 4,000 people locally become a better version of themselves. I know some. Chances are you do too. In fact, I'm one of them. really worked for me because it's not that hard. It's very safe, no injections, no surgery, fresh, delicious food that you buy at the grocery store, and they really help you with the accountability and the coaching every step of the way. It does work. All it takes is a 15-minute phone call to get it started. Schedule yours right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Again, that's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, Accurate Auto Body.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Dave Wyman joined by a very special guest, Dr. Daniel Landis. He's on the Swedish CyberKnife team treating prostate cancer and accepting new patients. Dr. Landis, what could patients expect during CyberKnife treatment?
So the CyberKnife treatment's an outpatient procedure. Essentially, it's a 5-day treatment, about 30 minutes per day. You walk in, you walk out. You essentially don't feel anything at all during treatment. Many patients still work full-time while they're having treatment.
That's incredible. Where are your patients from?
We see patients from all over, patients from out of state, Alaska, Idaho, from all over the world, honestly, since it's such a short treatment.
How can someone get a hold of you?
Yeah, I would encourage patients to reach out to us directly. We'd be happy to schedule a consultation.
Thank you, Dr. Landis and the team at Swedish CyberKnife for the wonderful work they do. And remember, you don't need a physician's referral. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. That's swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate.
The home of the Mariners.
It is gone! Cal Raleigh, 2-run home run!
Hear every pitch on 710 and the Seattle Sports app.
It's the World Fighting Championships at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Saturday night, October 25th. Experience the thrill and excitement of high-energy mixed martial arts. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss this amazing professional mixed martial arts event, the World Fighting Championships, October 25th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Does your yard need shade, privacy, or a little brightening up? Look no further than Big Trees. I'm Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. At our 30-acre location, there are thousands of trees to choose from and knowledgeable staff, including a board-certified master arborist, to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Visit the nursery and learn more about Big Trees at bigtreesupply.com.
Hey, college students, Safeway is giving you 5% off. That's right, junior colleges, tech schools, universities. Just verify your student ID in the app, unlock exclusive deals, and shop on the app or in person. Better yet, subscribe to Fresh Pass to get free delivery and other special offers. Remember, if you use EBT, Fresh Pass is 50% off and you get savings on fresh produce. For all the details, visit Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FOR in the letter U.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Just a brutal trip here to start and just not what you needed. Going into Baltimore and dropping 2 out of 3 yesterday. Very frustrating with the rain delay. Did I see this right, that the Mariners are 0-8 in delayed games this year? Is that right? Somebody texted that in. I don't know if that's true or not.
Look it up on YouTube. ChatGPT, AI.
0-8 in games that were delayed? I don't think they've had 8 games that are delayed, so I don't think that could be right. But they're certainly 1-5 against the Orioles, a team that has struggled mightily, but matches up, I guess, very well against the Mariners. They did all the little things yesterday, and the Mariners didn't. Threw the ball around a little bit. That's not going to get it done. Gunnar Henderson was tremendous all series long. Jackson Holliday was really good. It just wasn't a very good series. Now, the other side of it, and I do want to keep mentioning this because it's important, Julio is just... he is locked in right now. He looks awesome. 2 days ago, I thought he had his best at bat of the season when he hit that triple. He had the huge single that brought them back in game 2. And then yesterday, he really accounted for all the offense.
Here's the pitch. Swung on. That is blasted right field. It is deep. It is gone. Julio, a 2-run home run right after the rain delay. And the Mariners, just like that, with one swing, down just 3. That's a way to restart for Julio.
That was loud contact.
Yeah, it was. You know, Salk, and this might just be a little middle child opinionist thing that I could be totally wrong on. Opinionaire. But maybe Naylor is better for Julio than even a Eugenio.
Why?
I don't know, that image of Julio the other night on his triple in that 0-0 game, getting a third, and just the passion, just the edge. And we've seen it in bursts with Julio. We talked about it, in fact, even in spring training, that, you know, there's just a little bit of a, you know, he's still fun-loving, but there's been a little more of an edge, a little bit more shifting down on that Lambo. And when you've got somebody with the kind of intensity and the kind of edge that Naylor's had, maybe that could be out to just something to watch for.
I love it. I hope that sounds tremendous. I hope you're right about that. Luis Castillo goes today against Sean Manaea tonight. Sunday's game is going to be on ESPN. They'll be in Williamsport, so a little national attention for these Mariners.
That'd be cool. Also, can I give a shout out? Because people have been asking for a shout out all week to Bonnie Lake Little League. They're in it. And not only are they in it and playing, which shout out to them, but what an awesome thing to have the Mariners there while they're in Williamsport.
How cool is that?
Yeah.
All right, go Bonnie Lake.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Texter says, now that Salk is labeled Locke is not intriguing, I fully expect Darnold to get hurt and Locke to lead us right to the Super Bowl. I know. I know, you're right.
5,000 yards, 35 touchdowns.
I'll tell you what, if it was a Mariners thing, I would agree. I say the Mariners have a great offense, they go in the tank. I say the Mariners aren't going to be good, they're great. Whatever I say, this team will do the opposite. So they're going to lose every game for the rest of this road trip. And yeah, let's just try that and see if it works. Preseason football tonight, Brock. Our first look at Sam Darnold. What do you expect to see?
I said Molly Titus got a little activity tonight with some teammates and friends and birthday parties. She said, how about just dinner in tonight? Just a little date night. I said, how about the Seahawks? And she said, no. Great.
Oh,
no,
really?
She said, great.
And she said, absolutely not. I don't want to see you rewinding and fast forwarding the whole time.
No, she said, is Sam Darnold starting? I said, I think he is. Then great, let's watch it.
Huh.
Actually, that's a total lie. The last part
it
of
doesn't
it. But
sound
she
like
did
any
say,
of that sounds right.
I did float immediately. It was in that moment of truth right there. Like, okay, do I try to play this today? Do we go for a walk today? Do we, nope, just right out the gate. Well, the Seahawks are on. Kind of want it. Oh, that'd be fun. Let's watch them.
Okay.
So, yeah, there's a little bit of I think a little bit of a fun factor, a little bit of an intrigue, and getting to see the guys. This will be the big one. Today will be the big one, and then next Thursday in Green Bay, that practice. Those will be the two biggest tune-ups, honestly, before the 49ers come to town in the opening week.
All right.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
What should we order in?
Oh, tonight?
What would you order?
I had to order in last night. Just me.
But it's just you and Heather.
Ah.
For a little Friday night, the kids are out, and
I would, for me and Heather, I would probably, one of my favorite things to order with Heather is like banh mi sandwiches.
Oh.
I love banh mi. Yeah, Vietnamese food in general, because you can get the vermicelli's really good, and it you can take it home really well. It travels pretty well. So maybe Vietnamese food. Underrated. Love banh mi. And Heather loves
Similar vein. We like to go a lot of Thai food in that.
I know.
Very similar vein.
Thai food's great. I think I'm putting Vietnamese food above Thai food in my Asian food rankings.
Oh, my goodness. Opinionaire.
Hot take. I know.
Opinionaire.
Hot take. I ordered some burgers last night at this Smash Burger, halal Smash Burger or something on the Ave.
Yeah.
I was a little nervous about it because sometimes burgers don't travel well.
What do you think about Wendy's at 10 p.m. after the game last night and Ty ordering 3 Baconators?
That's it? He only had 3?
And I looked over. He's like, man, these are really good.
Yeah.
Wow.
I bet he did.
That's everything you need to know, right?
No, I was going to let me play the Hollander. I think the Hollander stuff's pretty important. I mean, he's essentially saying that you got 3 guys you got to get back, and they're on their way. We could see Bryce Miller either on the road trip or the first start back after that, so he's on his way back soon. Luke Raley probably this weekend in New York, maybe as soon as tonight. And look, these guys absolutely matter.
Bryce was arguably our best starter for the second half of last year. Luke was probably our best hitter in the second half of last year. And if he wasn't, then Victor was. So, it's, those are 3 huge pieces for us that are all on the road to recovery. So really excited to add them to the mix and just see what kind of freedom it gives Dan in-game, day-to-day to match up a little differently and use the bench more in-game, too.
All right, there you go. That is now everything you need to know.
All hands on deck.
Yeah, it's a good question you asked, Brock, about the date night at home, because you want to get something that tastes good and all that and travels well home, but you don't want it to be too filling, because you don't want to spend the rest of the night just splayed out on the couch, can't move or anything like that.
4 pieces of pizza.
Bloated, right? So you don't want anything too salty. So I think Vietnamese food kind of fits a nice niche there between pho and vermicelli and the banh mi.
I also like a little Greek takeout.
That's good, but that can be filling.
Yeah.
That could
Depends
get
on
you
what you
into
get.
that
More
state.
after a day out on the water. What do you and Chris typically like to have? A little dine in.
More eats actually 4 grains of
On
rice.
the way back from
at the
Fall
end of
City,
it.
there's a good barbecue place that we got takeout from last time.
That sounds pretty good.
Lyle? Lyle?
Nothing. Lyle just goes home. Does nothing.
When
Doesn't
I
eat
don't
anything.
eat like a crazy person, let's see, what do I...
Ground turkey. That's what he brings to work.
I mean...
some plain unsalted ground turkey.
I eat a lot of ground turkey. Anyway, what do I usually
Lyle,
order?
what do you think your body fat is? You ever measured your body fat?
Is it possible to go into the negative range?
I'm pretty sure it's decently low. Anyway, Nasai teriyaki in Kirkland, I order a lot.
Ooh,
That's good.
That's a good call.
Oh, the teriyaki's great. The teriyaki's always a good call, and I know that's one of Brock's favorites right there.
Good call.
All right, should we open up the... this is exactly the type of thing that generally kills the open phone lines, but let's do it anyway. 866-979... No, this was my fault. 866-979-3776. Last week, it took you guys a little bit of guilt tripping and a little bit of hey, it's a pretty good time in Seattle sports. You better have an opinion on something. I hope I don't have to do that today. It's still a really good time in Seattle sports, but maybe even with a little bit more mixed in, as we've seen the 10-1 Mariners and then the 1-2 Mariners. What's real? What do you expect? What would you like to see as Luke Raley gets called back up, as Victor Robles gets healthy, as Bryce Miller gets healthy again? Where do you think this thing goes? Who's the key figure now down the stretch? What are you worried about? I'm just trying to throw out ideas to kind of spark you guys. 866-979-3776. And then, of course, Seahawks playing again tonight. What do you want to see from Sam Darnold? What's a reasonable expectation? Who else is on your wish list of things to watch tonight? What am I missing? I mean, to me, those are kind of the 2 biggest conversations today. So 866-979-3776 is the phone number. We'll take your calls on whatever's interesting to you. 866-979-3776. You're next on Seattle Sports.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2.
Josh Naylor in his last 7, 348, 423, 3 home runs.
The big grumper, because he looks grumpy. I love it. But here's a story. My buddy took his grandkids to the ball game. It's crazy. I'm kicking it with guys who have grandkids, right? That's how old I'm getting. He took his jersey off and gave it to the kid who was about 5 or 6 years old. So the big grumper has a soft side as well.
Yeah.
Bump and Stacy, weekdays 10 to 2 on Seattle Sports, the app, YouTube, and your smart speaker.
I just saw 2 houses for sale. Same neighborhood, almost identical, but one had an Orchard sign and it sold for way more. So I asked my friends at Orchard, why? The first house used a traditional agent. After weeks of price drops and frustration, they settled for less than they'd hoped for. The second homeowner chose Orchard and got more. Their local Orchard agent didn't just list a home, they marketed it. They knew exactly which upgrades would attract serious buyers and brought in a pro to handle everything. And even more, with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program, the homeowner moved into their new home before their old one even hit the market. They skipped all the hassles and showings. Never settle for less. Get more with Orchard, the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to buy your new home, even before your old home sells. Start with Orchard's free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Progressive knows owning a home can be hard, but not always. Like when you're relaxing on your patio, enjoying a nice, quiet evening. So quiet. Except for the sound of the neighbor's party. Which you said you'd go to if you weren't busy. And your quiet night on the patio, that's not exactly busy, is it? Maybe you should just stay inside. At least Progressive's Home Quote Explorer lets you easily compare rates, so shopping for insurance is the easiest part of owning a home. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
This summer, make sure your roof is ready for the season ahead with a company you can trust, like 3 Tree Roofing. We're not just your roofers, we're your neighbors, and we're here to help you protect your home this season. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free on-site estimate and get your roof replaced before the summer rush and potential material price increases. Our certified technicians make your roof replacement easy and worry-free, so you can focus on the important things this summer. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free, no-pressure estimate. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nellie on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
IRG Physical and Hand Therapy doesn't just treat injuries, they elevate athletes. From weekend warriors to elite competitors, IRG Sports Institute clinics are built for performance, blending top-tier physical therapy with advanced sports science and personalized training plans. Hey, Brock Hewitt here with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and owner of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. Why? Why elevate athletes as well?
Because here at IRG, Brock, our motto is we want you to be your best self, your best physical self, your best mental self, and your best community self. At our new IRG Fremont Sports Institute, we're providing that type of care. We've got the latest equipment, the greatest techniques, the providers there that are excited to get you better, basically bigger, faster, stronger. Doesn't matter if you're a weekend warrior, a recreational athlete, an elite athlete, we will make you to be your best.
You'll work with specialists who understand the grind because they've been there. With access to cutting-edge equipment and recovery techniques, you won't just heal, you'll come back stronger. Visit IRGPT.com, IRGPT.com.
Seattle, your waterfront park is here. Celebrate the opening of 20 acres of world-class public space on the downtown shoreline at the grand opening celebration September 6th. Enjoy free live performances, family activities, cultural experiences, and more across the entire park, from Overlook Walk to Pier 62. Join Friends of Waterfront Park in the city of Seattle for this once-in-a-generation event. Be part of history. Plan your visit at waterfrontparkseattle.org.
Luxury has arrived at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. The hotel is open and you can book now at snocasino.com. The destination spa, the expanded non-smoking gaming floor, the big 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center, and yeah, the new restaurants, food venues as well. Effortless style and the utmost in relaxation. Go to snocasino.com to book. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports at 97.3 FM HD2.
Oh, love the little fella cootie on a fella Friday. Gets me thinking about heading out to the golf course. I think I'm going to try to play, even with the iffy weather today. Going to go to the home course, Brock, today after Druids Glen yesterday, 2 days in a row. Not great for the back, but I think I can pull it off. I think. By the way, I haven't told you this yet, Brock. And you're older than me by 2 years, so maybe that you already have had some of this. Is there one itis that you specifically associate with getting old?
Blinditis?
No, not that one. That's not what I was thinking of. Oh. But like tendonitis isn't an age thing, right? Like that can happen to anybody.
No, Macy's got it right now in her Achilles.
But arthritis?
Yeah.
Arthritis is an old person thing. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with my ring finger on my right hand, but I think it might be a little arthritis. And that is terrifying to me. That is the last thing I want. Something about that just really feels old to me. So I'm going to just pretend it's not happening and hopefully it'll go away. That seems like the best strategy on something like that, right? Okay. Should we open up the phones? Are you ready? 866.
How'd they do? How'd the folks do?
We got 5 out of 6 lines filled. Okay. That means there's one line open right now if somebody wants to jump in. So we're doing pretty well. 866-979-3776. Let me start off with Sammy and Everett. Sammy, good morning.
What's up, Salk? Hey, I called last week and basically was touting the Mariners, making them, we're beating up on the teams we should. We're playing up. And then they went out and swept the Rays. And then we go on the road to Baltimore, and they just make me feel so uneasy. I'm not downtrodden or butthurt about this whole series against them. We got swept in Seattle against them, and, we lost 5 or 6 in the season series. I'm not too butthurt about it. They just have our number, I think. It's just one of those teams that we can't really get by. I'm still very ecstatic about it, and I think we need to keep the fire alive. Just keep pushing. Just get in that mode.
They should keep pushing. They shouldn't give up.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm just checking. Sure. I wasn't sure if because the opposite of that would be the Mariners should give up.
Well, of course. Right?
So you don't think they should? I just want to make sure we're clear on the opinion.
Of course.
They should not give up.
Keep hoping.
Okay.
Mariners fans.
The Mariners fans. Okay, I thought it was the players.
There you go.
Okay.
40 games to go. 40 game sprint to go. I got a little number for you. Thank you, Sammy, up there in Everett. Luke Arkins, just my man, $50,000, Luke
the
Arkins.
Intern.
Yep.
The great intern in the sky.
What is back to the conversation earlier about just the walks and Dan Wilson being maybe as critical as Dan can be, which is not critical at all, but just saying, too many walks kind of bit us. When the Mariners have walked less than their opponent, so when they have walked more people, what do you think when they have walked more? What do you think their record is? And when they have walked,
how many total games has that happened in?
Ooh, good question.
Like add those two numbers together that you have.
Yeah, so it's like when it's been equal or what have you. Oh, so it has been 31 when they have walked less. It is 48 games.
In those 48 games, I would guess their record is 10-32. Or 10-38, I guess it would be.
17-31.
Okay. A little better than I would have thought, but still, dude, if you lose the walks battle, you're going to lose.
14 games under 500 for a team that's 12 games above 500.
You can't lose that battle.
No.
You will lose the war if that's the case. I mean, there's no doubt in my mind. Command, control, not walking guys.
Yep.
You've heard me say this a million times. For me, that is more important than the strikeout battle. It just it takes so many more pitches. It's so many free bases. You just can't have it. Just can't have it. All right, 866-979-3776. Let me try Brian in Portland. Good morning, Brian.
Nope. Good morning, Salk. Good morning, Brocadocious.
How old is that kid over there?
I called. Well, you hear my little daughter. Sorry.
How old is she?
She's playing fake kitchen over here.
Fake
She just
kitchen.
turned 1 on the 2nd.
Oh, nice. Happy birthday.
You know, the little play kitchen.
All right.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't know why you call it fake.
So
I mean,
I called
it's
in
play.
before
It's not fake. I mean, don't insult her like that. She doesn't
Well,
want you to think it's
you're
fake.
right. It's play kitchen. Pardon me. It's imaginary kitchen. She was making me some ice cream.
There you go. Thank you. Apologize to her.
Your kid's killing me.
So I called you guys after we got swept by the Yankees and was like trying to. My brother was, oh my God, the sky's falling. We're done. The game, the season's over. And I was like, chill out, man. There's 2 months left, and then we went and swept the Tigers, right? And we had the All-Star break and we made the trades, and so here we are again. We lost 2 out of 3 to the Orioles, which isn't a big deal, dude. The Angels, are like 6-0 against the Dodgers this year? Like crappy teams beat good teams, and so I'm just like so fired up for these last 40 games, and I'm not too worried. I'm loving the new lineup. Julio has finally gone nuclear. It's another one I've been telling my brother all year to shut up. Julio was going to do his thing, and here he is doing his thing. And I think you guys are right with Naylor. I've been saying that too. Like, he needed like an older, he just needs that mentor dude to like Cal's great and all that, but he needs someone like, I feel like he connects more with that Naylor attitude, and it's taking the pressure off. Like when we got rid of Jared wasn't there to to be the black sheep for him anymore.
Okay, so let me jump in. And first of all, we got to let you go because I want you to go pay attention to your poor daughter. She clearly wants to serve you ice cream, and she's being ignored. And I appreciate but I appreciate your dedication to calling the show, even though you got stuff going on at home right now, and your 1-year-old needs
you. Mojo in the air because we got swept by the Yankees.
I appreciate that, Brian.
Now we're about to go on another run.
Brian, we appreciate you. Thank you. Okay, we got to move on, but I appreciate that. Isn't that nice? The dedication.
So excited.
I gotta let you go because your kid is killing me. No, I don't feel that way. I was enjoying his kid. I said that once 15 years ago, but I've grown quite a bit since then, I think.
It used to be in the system. Do we still have it?
I'm sure it's in there somewhere. Your kid is killing me. Yeah. That was too much for me. Let me try James down in T-Town. What's up, James? Good morning.
Yeah, real quick, the signs that you're starting to get old is when you get an AARP card in the mail.
I don't have that yet. I'm okay. Brock, that's coming for you soon, though.
What age is that, 55?
Yeah, I think around 50 is when you get your card.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Brock. That's coming up soon.
Anywho, what
the
else
reason I call is I want to preface this by saying what Cal Raleigh's doing is perfectly legal. But if Cal ends up with 63 home runs, it's going to contain an asterisk simply because he uses a torpedo bat. The other home run hitters, Cal Schwarber, Attorney Judge, they use regular baseball bats. And all it's going to take is Rod Manford starting next season and say, okay, guys, no torpedo bats this year. Then how's Major League Baseball fans, non-Mariner fans, can say about what Cal accomplished this year because, well, he uses a torpedo bat, which is banned now next year.
Nah, not going to be banned. Nah, Major League Baseball loves home runs. They want home runs.
Is there a story about that? I haven't heard. Is there anything to that idea? I haven't heard anything about it being banned.
And Aaron Judge has used a torpedo bat, I do believe. So a bunch of those Yankees have. So
and I'm sure all the players who can't, they can all try it. Like, I don't know. I don't understand the take. Are you like, of course, yes, I understand you're saying it's legal, but I think the other players could use those too.
I think he's fearful that MLB is going to evaluate how does a guy jump from 35 home runs to 60 home runs, and is this bat, that big of a deal?
Also, let's be real. Major League Baseball was juicing baseballs for Aaron Judge in 2022. There was like, it can't be 100% proven, but there was some data saying, they were using juice baseballs in Aaron Judge games.
So that's a good point, Lyle. And then I would, I guess, just add to that like. Angie, did you hear Angie's description of why Cal's using the bat, the torpedo bat? Did anybody hear that? Were you on? I think it was the day you were off, Brock. We had Angie on. And in fact, all three of you guys might have been off that day, but I had Angie on, and she went through this really interesting discussion, an explanation of why the torpedo bat works for him but might not work for another player because of where they hit it on the barrel versus
Which makes total sense.
Yeah, it's like it just fits his swing.
Yes.
Okay.
Same reason that people go get golf clubs fitted.
Right.
Whether it's length or weight or shaft or whatever it may be, that each swing is different.
Mm-hmm. It's
And
made of
not
the right
every-
material, which is the key. It's not
Yes.
corked or anything like that. If it fits his swing, then it fits his swing, just like an axe bat would somebody else, and different handles and different weights. I mean, guys do all sorts of different things. And by the way, not just the total weight, like the different types of knobs and the weighting in the knob. Like, they do a lot of different things to fit their swings.
I'm pretty sure Julio tried the torpedo bats once in batting practice, like the first day they were all rolled out and guys were intrigued by them. And he said, "Yeah, I don't think it's for me." And he let it go.
Yeah, and I think he might even be the person that Angie was comparing Cal to. I forget. Have to go back and listen to it. 866-979-3776. Let's try Cindy in Lakewood. What's up, Cindy? Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
We're great.
Great.
Good. Hey, I am just curious. What is it going to take to wake up Gino Suarez's bat? I mean, we've got Naylor out, we've got Julio going, Cal's always going. What is it going to take for Suarez?
Brock, what's it going to take?
Lyle, Mora, Cindy.
Cindy, what do you think it's going to take? What's your
Dan?
suggestion? We need more than a question. We need an answer. What do you think it'll take?
Honestly, I think he's waiting for September.
Okay.
I hope not.
I think he's going to start heating up, but I think it's going to be where either, and I hate to say it, somebody just starts dropping off and he gets a talking to, or something is just going to click where it pisses him off, where he's going to start hitting better.
I would love to take a side on that. And honestly, Cindy, I think it's a really good question, but unfortunately, I think the answer is nothing. It just one day it'll click and he'll get hot again, because that's kind of who Gino's always been. I don't think it's a motivation. I don't think he's waiting. I don't think he needs to be yelled at.
Pressure. I don't think it's where it is in the lineup. I don't think his vibes are wrong. It's just
not hitting this week.
Also,
and next week he might be.
He's a little bit like Salk's irons. I mean, sometimes they're on,
true.
sometimes they're off.
Yeah,
It's
for
just
sure.
kind of his first real slump of the season. I know he's streaky
So
in
frustrating,
terms of his
though.
career, but again, Cal went through this for a couple weeks and now he snapped out of it. Gino by month, 833 OPS in April, 791 in May, 1082 in June, 898 in July. He hasn't really had a bad stretch like this. He's just having a tough couple weeks.
It's about 380 since he's been a Mariner. It's about 385, something like that. He's been a Mariner. It's unbelievable.
I'm just not that worried about it.
I'm not either, but it is one of those things where, like,
It's borderline preposterous.
it is
that
the
even
missing
Cindy
thing.
in Lakewood is searching for answers for good vibes.
All right, let me try Justin in Tacoma. What's up, Justin?
Hey, good morning. I wanted to ask if you think the Seahawks would bring back Jadeveon Clowney with us. Just 2 seasons ago, he had his most production season with Mike McDonald. Do you think he has any good production left, or do you think we're set on our current group we have left?
Nope, I think that's a very fair question. I think he's very much in play. I think these last couple weeks of camp will be pretty telling all over the league. I think Clowney is waiting for camps to kind of end because his body can't endure that and wants to just kind of get to game time. They know him. He knows Mike McDonald. He knows the system. And based on maybe a move they would like to make with another team that may or may not happen, he would be the fallback from what I understand.
All right, 866-979-3776. That does clear a line. So if you want to jump in, anything that's on your mind, football-wise, baseball-wise, we still got about 10 minutes or so to take some calls. Let me try Eric in Redmond. Good morning, Eric.
Hi, Salk. How's it going?
Good.
Yeah, so I want to talk about how you said last hour where you said that how everything that you say, like how Mariners 8 in a row, perfect. And then they were going to keep going, and then they immediately lost.
What do you think it is? You have a thought on why everything I've said about the Mariners this year will immediately go the other way?
Yes. So I know a lot of people believe in jinxes and a lot of people don't. Well, I say if it's proven, it's proven. And I see that if you say that they've won 8 in a row and they're going to keep going, it's proven. And then they immediately lost. So for now, I believe in jinxes until it proves me otherwise.
So you just think I'm jinxing them?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I guess I appreciate
So what
that.
would you like to hear Salk say? They're going to get swept in both these series. They're going to have a 1-8 road trip. Is that what you'd like to hear him say?
Well, didn't he already say that?
I think I did. I'm trying to help the opposite be true. It doesn't work, though. You have to actually believe it, though, in order for it to really go awry. Look, I don't know, man. This team has been confounding me at every possible juncture. They have confounded. Every time I feel like I've got a handle on them, they go the other way. Whether it was Cal with the intriguing list, what I thought they would do this season, just everything. Everything I felt like immediately changes as soon as I start to convince myself.
Yeah, and so we're one of 20 markets in baseball that I guarantee you feels that way.
Mm-hmm.
I know. What was Frank the Tank's answer when you guys play the podcast today when you asked him about the Mets season to describe it? What was his word he used?
Same thing it always is. It's over. The Mariners are sweeping them.
Didn't he call it hell?
Oh, that's it.
I think he called it a living hell.
Yeah, HE double hockey sticks. What do you think it's been for the folks in Baltimore? What do you think it's like all over What do you think it's been for the
that team has been clearly disappointing. And
what about the Dodgers and their payroll? How do you get swept by the Angels? Like outside of the Milwaukee Brewers and maybe the Chicago Cubs, I mean, I think most teams in baseball this season are going to say, how about the Texas Rangers?
I understand, Brock. I agree with that. It's been a confounding year and all of that. But there is something that's just like particularly specific about like, hey, the Mariners got maybe the best offense they've ever had. They just completely crashed to the earth.
One run.
Like the next three games, they do nothing.
Zero.
You can't even write it, although I did. All right, let's try LG in Buffalo. What's up, LG?
What's up, fellas? Love your show. I took a break from mowing my lawn to call you guys. But I just wanted to say, in terms of tonight's game against the Chiefs, for Sam Darnold, obviously we know, what is he known for around the nation? Seeing ghosts. As long as he can get in there for a drive, maybe two at the most, work efficiently, and get out of Dodge, that's all we can hope for. So if you just want to see him operate, not see ghosts for every amount of limited time that he's there, man, good to go.
Yeah, you just wonder if that's going to follow him for the rest of his career. Is there going to be a way to just rewrite that narrative and script? Right, that was with the Jets. That was, I believe, a Monday night game, right? Just mic'd up and coming to the sidelines and just being transparent, And anybody who's played the position knows it. In fact, Tom Brady said it in one of their documentaries about the Pittsburgh playoff game, where he was kind of hurt in his ankle and Drew Bledsoe came in and kind of saved the day. Remember that? Tom Brady said the same thing. Like, it was too fast for me.
Yeah.
I was just seeing ghosts. Like, I could not calm the game down and slow the game down. Now, obviously, he rewrote that narrative with 10 Super Bowls.
Yeah, that helps.
Victories and everything else.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, and
I think that's pretty much what Sam has to do. He's just going to have to go to 10 more Super Bowls now, and he'll be fine. Nelson in Kent, who I met, Brock. How about that? I did. I ran into Nelson in Kent. Not in Kent, though. Good morning, Nelson.
We're at the home course or Crack and Iceplex?
Crack and Iceplex, yeah. What's up, Nelson? What's on your mind?
What's up? Yeah, we had a good talk, man. Maybe you can get Lyle to get on board with me.
I didn't say I was on board. I just said we met. Let's not get carried away.
Yeah. No, you did say we might have to de-song of the relationship. I heard the bit. I got like 10 tweets that morning saying I was mentioned on your show.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of looking at these next 5 series with the Mets and Phillies and A's and Padres and Guardians, and then I'm looking at who the Astros are playing, which is Orioles twice, Tigers, Rockies, Angels, and I'm getting it's the pessimist in me because that's kind of what being a Mariners fan has been my whole life. I'm just hoping we can stay within like a couple games after these.
So just because I want to get to a few people here in the last couple minutes, appreciate the call, and I think you're right on with that. Jokes aside about Nelson, I think he's right. This is a brutal stretch for the Mariners.
And a very nice stretch for the Astros.
Yeah, although he mentioned Detroit in there. I mean, like, it's not perfect,
but
yes.
It's the Orioles, and
there's
it's
no
at
doubt.
home, and it's the Rockies.
You got to get through August. That is the challenge. Survive August, and then hopefully you can go do some damage in September when everything eases up. I think that's just kind of where you're at. Yes, it's a really tough stretch. And that's why I think it's a bummer to lose 2 out of 3 in Baltimore, because now you got to try to go make that up somewhere else. Right, you got to try to go. Those were some 2 that you were hoping to really get 2 out of 3 there, and so now hopefully you can take 2 out of 3 from somebody else.
Yep.
This road trip is a tough one, man. It really is. Let's see. You want a football call or baseball call?
Your call.
We'll go to football. Lance in Bellingham. What's up, Lance?
Yeah, I'm just calling to wondering if Jalen can, Milroe can work his way into the number 2 spot tonight.
No, Nope, I don't think so. If I'm just being totally transparent and honest, I think that's going to be Drew Lock's job. Now, can he go out and play great today? Is he going to go out and play the second half?
What does the number 2 spot mean, though? I mean, like, all right, so
it means you're inactive if you're the third guy on game day.
Do you think he's inactive? Or do you think Drew Lock's the third guy?
No, I think he's inactive.
So you're not using him for any special packages or anything like that?
I've not seen one thing yet that has showcased any of that.
No, but I don't know that they're going to show any of that necessarily.
Well, you're going to at least run it in practices, right?
I don't know. Maybe not for the ones in public. I don't know. That to me is an interesting part of it. I agree with you. Drew Lock is the backup quarterback. And if Sam Darnold gets hurt and somebody has to start a game, I have almost no doubt it's Drew Lock. But are you sure Drew's not the emergency quarterback so that you can use Jalen for specific plays and formations, et cetera? Because you couldn't do that if he was the third quarterback. Then he'd have to play the rest of the game.
I'll do a little work, but I've just not gotten that sense. That's not the road they want to go down right now.
Let's see. Zach is in Bonnie Lake. Good morning, Zach.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
All right. Hey, so just with Miller coming back, and our middle relief kind of being a little shaky right now, heading into the postseason and going glass half full here, going into the postseason. What are the chances you think that Evans and Hancock get injected into the bullpen?
I think it's high to quite high, to be honest with you. Like, I don't know why you wouldn't. As long as Bryce can pitch here down the stretch, and even if he can't, like, to me, the Emerson thing, why not? Why not try it? I'm not saying they do it, but like.
And Keith Law said to us about 2 weeks. Take about 2 weeks for Emerson to kind of transition into from his life experience of the last decade of watching this happen in baseball and postseason, how bullpens are handled. That with as built up as Emerson and Logan is, easier to go this direction than the other way around.
As for Logan Evans, I don't know. I'm not saying he wouldn't become a reliever in the postseason.
I don't think his command is lead enough.
I just don't know whether he's a leverage guy in that spot. Yeah. But would you want him on the team to take on innings if you need him? If you get shellacked or you have a huge lead or something like that? Sure. Like, I think that probably makes some sense. You got time for one more? What do you think? Let's try Ethan and Yakima. Ethan, quickly.
Hey, guys. I was just wondering, the lineup during the winning streak was really, really good. When they make the playoffs, is that the lineup they should go with? And do they need to bring in some youth to kind of maybe take over for Dylan Moore and Garver or something like that? Would that be a good idea?
Well, we'll never see Garver and Dylan Moore in the same lineup again, I don't think, over these 40 games nor in a postseason. And we'll see what Luke Raley and Victor Robles and what those guys look like. You listen to Justin Hollander, you can clearly hear the excitement in their voice of those pieces that will be coming to get more hands on deck.
I think that's true. And by the way, neither of those guys were in the lineup you were talking about. So they make the playoffs, and they're in it. I think the lineup that you saw for the majority of that homestand is the lineup you see, with the possible exception of trying to get Robles in against a lefty, right? Maybe instead of Canzone, maybe, I don't know how much else you would change. I think that's probably what you're looking like.
Step up? I'd really like to see Polanco get it going again. When you just looked at and what you wrote about, Salk, and you were totally wrong with it. But
Always.
What you wrote about is being the best offense.
Always wrong.
Yep. I'd like to see him just add some length in this lineup.
I've told you this before. I feel like I have very good luck in terms of the big picture of life, and very bad luck in terms of the small things. Health.
I don't know what that says about your round today. I don't know.
Probably nothing good. Probably nothing good. If there's a ball that'll bounce off the green, take a weird hop, that'll be me. All right. We got to get out of here. I'm done. What a week.
What a week.
Tired. My God. I'm done with this. Can it be the weekend, please? I'm done. Bump and Stacy are coming in next. We're going to be back with you guys, though, Monday morning. We'll talk about the Seahawks game, the Mariners weekend series with the Mets, going to play a game on ESPN. Was this their first ESPN game in like 5 years? I'm going to Williamsport to do it.
No, they were on last year against the Mets on Sunday Night Baseball.
That was the great game before everything tanked. Yeah, that was the beginning of the end. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. We got to go. We'll see you guys Monday morning, 6 a.m. Until then, the Hey
Barn.
See everybody.
Get to the chopper! For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
Who needs to have a big week 2 of the preseason?
Damian Martinez, he got to play. Halani had 7 carries. Damian Martinez had 6, and Halani just outperformed. It could be the combination with the offensive line or whatnot. This is what preseason is all about. You're competing. Yes, you're on the same team. Yes, you want your buddy to have some success, but you're competing for that number 3 spot.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
If you've been in a wreck or a fender bender,
you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility, not just where your insurance company tells you to go. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. With over 25 years of auto repair work, they'll exceed your expectations.
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
At Accurate Auto Body, all their work is performed by certified technicians, only using OEM parts to guarantee the safety of you and your family. For the best in auto body collision repair and customer service, give them a call at 425-883-2450 or AccurateAutoBodyWA.com. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
we meet by accident, fixing every last bit. Accurate Auto Body.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Seattle will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 206-529-1111. That's 206-529-1111. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-475-1818. That's 800-475-1818.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with the Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
This isn't just another ESPN fantasy football season. It's your shot at greatness. With a refreshed design, the ESPN Fantasy app is sharper than ever, so you can draft like a pro and dominate your league. And introducing Gridiron Gauntlet, a new game mode where the best compete to be crowned the #1 fantasy football player of 2025. One app, one shot, one champion. Download the ESPN Fantasy app and sign up to play ESPN Fantasy Football today.
How we going, mates? It's Ryan Roland Smith for Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. If
If you haven't heard about it already, at the start of this year, I decided to get in the best shape of my life. So I lost 30 pounds of body fat and I kept all that lean muscle. Best decision I ever made. People ask me all the time, what was the motivation to get in such good shape? So a couple of things. Number one, who doesn't want to be in the best shape of their life, right? Obviously physically, but for me, more important mentally. And it starts with a diet, and I finally figured out you can't outwork it. Eastside gave me all the tools I needed to be able to prepare food, have tons of energy, and was never, ever hungry. But there are some other motivators too. I had to lose a bunch of visceral fat. I found out I had way too much of that, especially as I hit my 40s. But one more, look, this is the most important one. I wanted to set a really good example for my kids, to be the best version of myself. My kids look up to me, and I want to be the absolute best example and role model. So look, if any of these resonate with you, there's no better time to start. The time is right now. Make that free 15-minute call to Eastside Weight Loss Clinic and get it started today. It'll change your life like it did mine.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Mariners dropped their series finale against the